I am reborn and refuse to be a sickly rich woman. The first thing your childhood sweetheart does after becoming a rich woman is to marry you into a wealthy family. Marry me, you can live in luxury cars and villas. You don't have to work or do housework, and you only have 5-digit pocket money every day. I can give birth to enough children for you if you want. When Xu Musen took this bowl of soft rice without hesitation, he discovered the yandere, perverted and controlling side of his childhood sweetheart. An accident made Xu Musen live his life again. Facing the soft rice fed to him by his childhood sweetheart again, Xu Musen would never eat a bite again. Fill up your wallet and stay away from rich women. Xu Musen, I'm sorry, I'm the man you can never have no matter how much money you have in this life. Chapter 1, Easy to rely on a rich woman, but soft rice is hard to eat. Those who frequently marry into wealthy families and marry beautiful, rich women, especially female CEOs, all know one thing. Eating soft rice isn't as easy as it seems. At a coffee shop, a matchmaking event. Xu Musen, who had been through countless encounters with little fairies, female martial arts masters, and dowry experts, was now stunned as he looked at the woman before him. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and she wore a custom-made, exquisite lady's suit, topped with a pale pink Burberry trench coat. The ruby watch on her wrist highlighted her fair skin, making her even more alluring. Her long, beautiful legs were wrapped in black stockings, and with every graceful step, her red high heels tapped on the ground as if to pierce straight into one's heart. She gently removed her sunglasses, revealing her stunning face. She surveyed the man before her from head to toe, and her eyes flashed with a hint of light as she spoke with an air of superiority. Marry me. You can live in any luxury car or villa you want. Your pocket money will be no less than 5 digits a month. You don't have to work or do any housework. When you want children, I'll give you enough. All I ask is that you never leave me and never defy my will. She took a sip of her coffee elegantly, her eyes sparkling with confidence. Slowly, she swung her slender leg, wrapped in black stockings, and looked at him with a faint, self-assured smile. Think about it. Xu Musen immediately widened his eyes. Wait a minute, this script doesn't seem right. After all, in most matchmaking situations, the conversation usually goes something like this. The dowry is 288,000 yuan, not a cent less. The house and car must have my name on the deed, and all your salary must be handed over. Also, the wedding fee, jewelry, and red envelopes for tea ceremonies no less than one. By the way, our family will give you 3 blankets in return. Hee hee. 3 blankets, how could you ever finish using them in 3 lifetimes? In today's highly competitive matchmaking market, for such a beautiful woman to ask for these kinds of demands, it felt like a goddess descending to save the world. For Xu Musen, a man with nothing, no job, no friends, a strained relationship with his family, and even burdened with a huge debt, what's there to think about? Forget about marrying into the family, he'd even consider calling her godmother on the spot. If it were someone else, they'd need to think about whether the woman came from a certain place in northern Myanmar, dealing with kidney business to make a living. But this woman was none other than his childhood sweetheart, Yao Mingyu, the girl who grew up with him, someone he truly knew. But what Xu Musen regretted most was agreeing to this life of soft rice. After marriage, Yao Mingyu kept her word and treated Xu Musen well. He didn't need to work or do housework every day, everything was handed to him on a silver platter. Every night, she was proactive, even forcing him to feel exhausted. She stayed glued to him almost all the time, except for when she was at work. It seemed like a life envied by others, but Xu Musen soon realized that her controlling nature was growing stronger. She began to control his social life, forbidding him from having any friends, especially forbidding him from even looking at other women. Eventually, she even took his phone, deleting all contacts and leaving only hers. In the end, she wouldn't even let him leave the house without her permission. He remembered one time when he went to her company to deliver documents. Just because he spoke to a female employee in the hallway, Yao Mingyu immediately fired the woman in public. Xu Musen had merely pleaded for the woman. The next week, Yao Mingyu locked him in their room. The only way he could see the outside world was through the one window in the room. Xu Musen had never known that his childhood sweetheart, Yao Mingyu, was a possessive and sickly woman. There's an old saying, you liking a yandere is a story, but a yandere liking you is a disaster. Because of his marriage, he had lost his job, his friends, and even his family rarely visited him. His whole life seemed to revolve around Yao Mingyu, and he had to comply with her every demand: what to eat, what to wear, his tone, his speech, even the rhythm of their married life all had to meet her standards. Can you imagine a bizarre scene where, late at night, he says, "Chairman, I request a change in gear position." He gradually felt like he wasn't even a person anymore. He became more like Yao Mingyu's personal tool. He had once wanted a child, but Yao Mingyu kept finding excuses to delay. Eventually, Xu Musen became utterly disillusioned. So, he proposed divorce. When he placed the divorce agreement in front of her, Yao Mingyu calmly looked at him. "What have I done wrong?" Xu Musen shook his head. "You've been good to me, but this isn't the life I want. You've helped my family pay off their debt, and I will pay you back slowly. I will leave without anything. Let's part amicably." Though Xu Musen said this, deep down he felt a pang of sadness. Yao Mingyu was truly good to him, but her possessive nature was suffocating, like a mountain crushing him, making it hard for him to breathe. Yao Mingyu didn't respond. She just looked at him quietly for a long time, then placed the divorce agreement aside. "All right, but before you sign, let us have one last meal together." Xu Musen didn't expect her to agree so easily. After all these years of marriage, it would be impossible to say there were no feelings at all. So, he agreed. It was his way of giving her one last bit of dignity. But this was the second biggest regret of his life. After drinking the last glass of wine, Xu Musen prepared to leave. "That's it. I'll pack up and leave tonight." But as he stood up, a sudden dizziness hit him. He collapsed to the ground. Through his blurred vision, he saw a pair of red high heels. The long, beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings slowly appeared in front of him. Then, the owner of those perfect legs squatted down beside him, and Yao Mingyu's stunning face appeared. She wore a sickly look as she held his face in her hands. "You promised me when we were little that you'd never leave me. Since you've forgotten, I'll fulfill that promise for you. You're mine, always will be." Yao Mingyu kissed him deeply. From that moment on, Xu Musen was locked in the villa room. He wanted to escape, but what truly bound him wasn't just a door lock. In the end, it was he who had agreed to those conditions. Yao Mingyu had helped him through a tough time, but her possessiveness was too much. Xu Musen had underestimated the price of eating soft rice. On the day of the new year, Yao Mingyu finally allowed Xu Musen to leave the room and join her to visit her family. The car drove along the snowy road when suddenly a truck seemed to lose control. The icy road caused it to veer dangerously close to the car door near Yao Mingyu's side. "Watch out!" Xu Musen shouted instinctively. He pulled Yao Mingyu into his arms. Bang! "No! No! Musen!" In his fading vision, Xu Musen saw Yao Mingyu, tear-streaked, her forehead bleeding. The domineering CEO was nowhere to be seen. She screamed desperately, clutching Xu Musen's increasingly cold body, her panic evident. You can't die. You can't die. I won't let you die." Xu Musen's body grew colder, but deep inside, his soul felt a sense of release. He looked at Yao Mingyu's beautiful face, panicked and innocent, still trying to control everything, even at this moment. Xu Musen trembled and smiled, looking at her tear-streaked face. "If there's an afterlife, I swear I'll never eat your soft rice again." Yao Mingyu screamed and apologized desperately, but it was too late. His consciousness was fading. Xu Musen didn't hate her, but he had had enough of this life. If there truly was a next life, he would never again cling to a rich woman. In the end, fate should be in his own hands, only then would it be a true life. Chapter 2, Be a Good Little Toad. Ding ling ling, students, please line up and get ready to leave school. The season was filled with the fragrance of gardenias. Xu Musen felt a bustling noise in his ears, the lively sounds of youthful voices shouting and laughing in every direction. The pain in his body hadn't completely subsided yet, and his entire head felt like a broken bell ringing, a buzzing sound filling his mind. A faint light struggled to break through the haze before his eyes. In his dazed state, he saw a delicate, slender figure approaching. She looked to be around 17 or 18. She wore a blue and white school uniform, with a pair of pink canvas shoes on her feet. The slightly bulky uniform couldn't hide her stunning figure, and the sleeves were casually rolled up, revealing her fair and smooth wrists. Her high ponytail accentuated her youthful charm. A standard oval face, pink, translucent lips, a high nose bridge, and a pair of aristocratic, almond-shaped eyes that seemed to possess a captivating charm. Xu Musen froze. Why did this girl look so much like Yao Mingyu? Could it be that even in hell, he wouldn't escape her grasp? Xu Musen, I told you, I don't want to date right now. Honestly, I've always seen you as my brother, a familiar yet somewhat immature voice rang out beside him. The figure in front of him became clearer, and he could even smell the faint fragrance of youth coming from her. Yao Mingyu. Xu Musen blinked, feeling dazed. She was wearing high school uniform. Although she occasionally liked to wear schoolgirl outfits when in the mood for some fun, the Yao Mingyu in front of him seemed too young. Yao Mingyu. Did you get hit by a car? Xu Musen's head was still foggy, and he blurted out the words without thinking. Immediately, the girl in front of him had a surprised expression in her almond-shaped eyes, which was quickly replaced by anger and embarrassment. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. Whoa! First time seeing someone confess, and then curse the girl to get hit by a car. Har har Xu Musen, you're a real tough guy, ho. The teasing voices around him helped Xu Musen regain his senses. He realized that the ceiling wasn't from a hospital but from his school building, surrounded by students still in their school uniforms, their faces youthful and full of innocence. Strive for 100 days, work hard for the last 3 months, and enjoy 30 years of beauty in the future. One more point on the exam, crush 1,000 people. As long as you don't die from studying, study till you drop. One banner after another of standard high school slogans appeared before his eyes. Xu Musen froze. Had he been reborn? Or was this just a fantasy before he died? Xu Musen, you're going too far. A short-haired girl standing beside Yao Mingyu angrily shouted, Yao Mingyu, didn't he agree to your confession, but does it mean you should curse her like that? Xu Musen looked at the people in front of him, Yao Mingyu and her best friend from high school. Confession. He looked down and saw the roses in his hand. Suddenly, memories from the past flooded his mind. Back when he was a student, Xu Musen had been infatuated with Yao Mingyu, and this was not the first time he had confessed. In fact, for the past month or two, he had been confessing almost every week, bringing surprises each time. But every time, Yao Mingyu had rejected him in front of everyone. However, privately, she had said they could slowly get to know each other. In her words, she didn't want their family to know about their early relationship, as academics were important. She painted a picture of a future in college. But Xu Musen only realized much later that Yao Mingyu, this little, sickly girl, actually wanted him to confess to her again and again in front of everyone, so other girls would stay away from him. Boys would begin to distance themselves from him out of jealousy. Their whole brother-sister excuse was just Yao Mingyu's way of keeping their relationship from progressing too fast. She feared that if he had her, he might not cherish her. After all, what you can't have is the most attractive. She had known since she was young that to control a man's heart, she needed to give him a little sweetness every time he was about to be disappointed, bit by bit, until she had him completely under her control. With this back and forth, Xu Musen's circle of friends had slowly dwindled, and he even started to doubt himself. In the end, she could naturally take over his entire life, like a savior descending. She was a master manipulator. For a 17 or 18-year-old boy in the throes of puppy love, her tactics were a total blow to his emotional defenses. If she ever wrote a book, she could probably turn half the boys in the world into helpless puppets. Xu Musen, I'm telling you again, I don't want to date before college. Let us talk about this when we go to the same university, okay? We can still be brother and sister for now, Yao Mingyu said seriously, but in her heart, she felt pleased with herself, as she once again threw out a hazy hope. No need. Before she could finish her sentence, Xu Musen interrupted her for the first time. What do you mean? Yao Mingyu was stunned. I mean, I agree with you. From now on, I won't foolishly chase after you anymore. The brother-sister thing is unnecessary too. Xu Musen closed his eyes slightly. The pain in his body had mostly faded, but the suffocating life of eating soft rice in his previous life was still vivid in his mind. In this new life, he was determined not to repeat his past mistakes. And now, it was the perfect time to sever all ties with her. But Xu Musen's seemingly casual words caused a sudden silence in the crowd. People stared at each other, all bewildered. How did the story take such an unexpected turn? Yao Mingyu's eyes flashed with disbelief for the first time, but then she gritted her teeth in anger, glaring at Xu Musen. Xu Musen, stop messing around. What do you mean today? What do you mean, you won't anymore? Xu Musen found her voice annoying. Although it was his own choice in the past, he couldn't blame anyone else. But he didn't want to experience that kind of life, even for a second. He looked at Yao Mingyu's stunningly beautiful face, standing a little taller, clearing his throat. Hey, everyone, look at me. I have an announcement. His voice rang out loud, as it did every week at the school gate, but this time, Xu Musen had a smile on his face. Thanks for all your support every week. Recently, the most common thing I've heard is that a toad wants to eat swan meat. I agree with you guys. Compared to Yao Mingyu, I really am just a toad who doesn't know its place. His self-deprecation felt more like a sigh over his tragic past life. Yao Mingyu and her best friend were both stunned, looking at him in a daze. Everyone around sensed that something was different about Xu Musen now. So, from now on, I choose to be a good, obedient toad. I, Xu Musen, officially announce that I will no longer pursue Yao Mingyu. Xu Musen's words were like a bomb dropped in the crowd. Many people knew that they were childhood sweethearts, and Xu Musen had always liked Yao Mingyu. Even after being rejected countless times, he never gave up. But today, for the first time, he said such words. Yao Mingyu's eyes showed an expression of disbelief, her lips turning white from biting them, completely unaware. Xu Musen glanced at her once more. Seeing her stunned expression, he felt a sense of relief in his heart and smiled at her. I also believe that someone as outstanding as Yao Mingyu wouldn't care about something as small as this. From now on, everyone, please supervise me. I will definitely keep my distance from Yao Mingyu. Anyone who dares to cross the line will be a dog eating its own vomit. With that last sentence, Xu Musen didn't care about the cold, icy Yao Mingyu. He swaggered away from the crowd. As he walked away, he didn't care about being the center of attention or the gossip. A man's face is like international diplomacy: either you make your wallet fat, or you strengthen your cannons and their range. Anything else is useless. The reason his last life was so tragic was because of money. Because he had no money, he chose to marry into a rich family. Because he had no money, he owed Yao Mingyu so many favors. Because he had no money, his life was suffocating. So now, money had become his obsession. Now that he had been reborn, why bother with some petty romance? Why kiss up to a rich woman? With money, what can't he buy? Xu Musen turned his back to the crowd and exhaled deeply. In this life, he'd rather rule the world than let a rich woman rule him. Chapter 3, Who's really after whose body? Xu Musen left the scene with style, but the crowd around him was left completely stunned. After so many failed confessions, Xu Musen had tried every trick in the book, even telling Yao Mingyu that if she didn't accept him, he'd stop liking her forever. But, as expected, the next day, he'd still show up with flowers and confess again. But this time, everyone felt something was different. The short-haired girl beside Yao Mingyu couldn't help but speak out angrily. This Xu Musen must be realized he can't get you, so he's just saying these disgusting things on purpose. You're so outstanding, how could you not find someone better? A guy with no money, bad grades, and no future like him is just asking for it. The girl was trying to comfort Yao Mingyu, but she suddenly felt a chill. Yao Mingyu's cold, piercing gaze shot at her, and she said flatly, "Who told you to speak badly of him?" The girl was immediately overwhelmed by Yao Mingyu's powerful aura and stammered, I just thought he was being too much today. I was trying to defend you." Yao Mingyu's expression hardened. "I said I can say what I want about him, but no one else can." With that, Yao Mingyu turned her eyes towards Xu Musen's receding figure. Her dark, captivating eyes glittered with a strange, almost unhealthy gleam as she clenched her teeth. "I'll see what game you're playing this time." The girl next to her was now thoroughly confused. So, did Yao Mingyu like Xu Musen or not? Xu Musen, on the other hand, walked down a familiar yet strange street with a carefree air. The street was lined with tall, leafy paulownia trees. Small food stalls lined the roadside, and the savory smell of cumin in the air made his mouth water. There were the usual sights: a black internet cafe charging 1 yuan per hour, a street vendor selling grilled sausages and boiled eggs from a tricycle, roasted duck for 8 or 9 yuan apiece, and small shops with items for 2 yuan. The banners welcoming the Olympics were beginning to fade as the years passed. In a few years, they'd be gone, replaced by the progress of the city. He was reborn. He truly was reborn. Xu Musen marveled at his 18-year-old body. He felt full of energy and, almost instinctively, jumped as if to shoot a basketball. His limbs felt so light, it seemed as if he could fly. Of course, he didn't actually fly. In fact, he didn't feel any of the usual systems or cheat codes that often accompany rebirths in novels. He checked himself over no magical jade pendants, rings with old man-s souls, or glowing green bottles. He was just an ordinary guy. But being able to return to his youth was already the greatest gift he could have received. The bouquet of roses he was holding, those were from his family's flower shop. Every day, there were extra flowers, so he would sneak some out to use for confessions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have enough money to buy them every day. But these flowers had already been packaged and couldn't be sold, so Xu Musen just tossed them into the trash can lid as a way of saying goodbye to his past self. What he didn't know was that, after he left, a delicate, white hand gently picked the bouquet from the trash, and the person seemed to stare at his retreating figure for quite some time. Xu Musen. A voice called out behind him. Xu Musen turned around and saw a dark-skinned boy running towards him. He recognized him. This was his best friend from high school, He Chong. He came from a family that ran a fish pond business and had been addicted to fishing since he was little, which was why he was so tan. After Xu Musen's marriage, He Chong was one of the few who didn't look down on him and still talked to him. Xu Musen remembered that He Chong had once tried to challenge the title of Fish King of Zhongyuan by secretly fishing in a protected area. Unfortunately, he ended up in jail for 2.5 years. His family spent a lot of money to get him out, and after a beating from his wife, he finally settled down. Xiangzi. Long time no see. I'm glad you didn't get arrested. Xu Musen said, clapping him on the shoulder. He Chong stared at him blankly. Damn. Xu Musen, did your brain get kicked by a donkey today? Why are you cursing everyone? He Chong looked confused and teased. I'm guessing you were rejected in your confession and got triggered, huh? It's okay, I'll take you to the 8 institutes for a checkup. We know a doctor. The playful banter, the carefree teasing, this was exactly what he had missed about their youth. Xu Musen smiled. Har, just kidding. What's up? Why are you in such a hurry to find me? He Chong, still in disbelief from what happened earlier, looked at Xu Musen and asked, what the hell was that about? Are you really going to cut ties with Yao Mingyu for good? Xu Musen looked at him and smiled casually. What else is there to believe? Do you want me to keep groveling to chase her? He Chong immediately shook his head. Of course not. But this change is too fast, man. You two have been childhood sweethearts for so many years. Or are you just after her body? Xu Musen paused. If anyone's after someone's body, it's Yao Mingyu after mine. He remembered the time after their wedding in his previous life. Yao Mingyu, in an effort to prevent him from looking at other girls, had subjected him to an unrelenting series of cleansing operations. Books like Pre-Dinner Digestion, Post-Dinner Fitness, Idle Time is Wasted Time, Honey, is that a thread on your pants? Let me check. Those days made him shudder just thinking about them. He Chong, misinterpreting his expression, thought that Xu Musen was still a little hung up on Yao Mingyu. He slapped Xu Musen on the shoulder, trying to console him. I've told you before, Yao Mingyu is not someone just any guy can mess with. It's good you woke up. Come on, let us go to the internet cafe. I'll pay for a Malaysia sword for you. Let us play a few rounds together. Xu Musen shook his head. Nah, no point. You can't really play with just $1. He Chong blinked in confusion. At that moment, a red BMW rolled down the street. In an era where most people drove cars worth around 100,000 yuan, this nearly 400,000 yuan 5 Series certainly stood out. The rear window rolled down, and there was Yao Mingyu's perfect face. Her dark, captivating eyes were narrowed in anger. She briefly glanced at He Chong's arm around Xu Musen's shoulder, and there was a flash of coldness in her eyes. He Chong was taken aback by her imposing aura. He felt like she was glaring at him as though he had stolen her man. Xu Musen recognized that look all too well. In his previous life, Yao Mingyu was extremely possessive. If anyone, even her own mother, talked to Xu Musen for too long, she'd get jealous. The three of them stared at each other through the car door for a while. It seemed like Xu Musen wasn't going to apologize or explain. Yao Mingyu gritted her teeth, snorted coldly, rolled up the window, and the car drove off. Yao Mingyu always had a nanny car to pick her up and drop her off. Sometimes, Xu Musen would hitch a ride with her to and from school. Xu Musen, I feel like there's more to this than meets the eye. That look was pretty damn scary. He Cheong wiped the sweat off his forehead. You're really not going to explain? Xu Musen watched the red BMW fade into the distance and clicked his tongue. In this heat, sitting in a car with the air conditioning on is pretty damn comfortable. That car probably costs around 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. Normal families can't afford that. He Cheong shook his head. His family was also well off, running several fish ponds, but they only had a 200,000 yuan car. We still need to make money, Xu Musen sighed, but making money wasn't easy. He had lots of ideas, but most of them needed capital. He patted his pocket but found only 50 yuan inside. His eyes turned to He Cheong, who came from a wealthier family, but usually kept a low profile. He suddenly grinned and clapped He Cheong on the shoulder. Qianzi, we're good brothers, right? Of course. Brothers for life. He Cheong slapped his chest, his sun-kissed face looking sincere and honest. Well then, can you lend me some money? I just remembered something. I'm leaving now. He Cheong turned around and walked off as though he had made up his mind. Xu Musen stood there, watching him go. Chapter 4, Making money is the most important thing. The school is only 2 or 3 kilometers away from my home. It's not too far, but the midsummer sun is still a bit scorching. Xu Musen knew that if he had apologized just now, he might be sitting in a BMW with Yao Mingyu enjoying the air conditioning. But the heat outside at this moment is a rare breath of freedom for Xu Musen. He hummed a little tune and soon reached his place at home. The residential area here is a mixture of villas and small flats. In the past, both Xu Musen and Yao Mingyu's families lived in a villa area. The two families were not only neighbors, but also had business dealings and cooperation. But in the year when the two graduated from elementary school, Xu Musen's father and Yao Mingyu's father were in a car accident while discussing a contract. Yao Mingyu's father eventually died after failed treatment, and Xu Musen's father was also seriously injured and now has some difficulty in walking. Moreover, because the car accident delayed the contract, both companies lost a lot of money. Out of guilt, Xu Musen's father did not take a penny of the compensation for the car accident and left it all to Yao Mingyu and her daughter. It was also because of this accident that both families' companies suffered heavy losses. Yao Mingyu's family gradually got better with the compensation money, but the Xu family's situation was getting worse and worse. Yao Mingyu's mother also gave money to help them, but Xu's father always felt guilty and refused to accept it. Moreover, businessmen know that emergency assistance cannot help people out of poverty, and the only option is to slowly get through it on their own. Originally, things could have recovered slowly, but later Xu Musen's father was defrauded of his investment by his partner, who ran away with the money. This caused Xu Musen's family to fall into ruin. Money, 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 money. Xu Musen let out a breath slowly. Since God had given him a chance to start over, he would never let these things happen again. Want to make money? Xu Musen thought about the current time. The internet has already begun to gain popularity and smartphones have become popular. The next 20 years will be the world of the internet. He had too many ideas of making money in his mind, but no matter what he did, he needed a certain amount of capital. He searched his trouser pockets and found 20 yuan and 50 cents, which was enough for breakfast tomorrow. Xu Musen knew a little about stocks, but with the little money in his pocket, he wasn't even qualified to join the market as a loser. Do you really think anyone can win 25 million with just $20? As for lotteries and the like, Xu Musen chuckled and said, even the referee is someone else's, what's the point of playing? Of course, there are also those that can make a huge profit with no investment, such as virtual currencies that will be very popular in the future. You can hoard them now and sell them before they explode, but it will take at least a few years for them to appreciate in value. As a reborn person, it would be a failure if he had to endure a few more years of poverty. It's difficult. Arrived at the doorstep. This is a villa area in the same residential complex. In order to raise money, the family sold the villa that was originally next to Yao Mingyu's family and moved here. Even this villa was not saved during the next crisis. Xu Musen sighed a little. He took out the key and opened the door. The room was filled with the aroma of food, which was obviously my mother's cooking. In the living room, Xu Bianjuan was smoking a cigarette while reading a financial newspaper, as if he was trying to find an opportunity to make a fortune from it. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Xu Musen's voice was a little trembling when he shouted. No matter what, the atmosphere at home was still harmonious. His parents were still young and did not have the sad faces they had in their previous life. Xu Musen looked up at his son, nodded, and continued reading the newspaper. Wash your hands first and get ready to eat. In the kitchen, Xie Yanxia's voice was as bright as ever. It's been a long time since I heard such a conversation. Xu Musen felt particularly at ease at this moment. When he came to the kitchen, he saw that his mother had already cooked 2 or 3 dishes. 2 vegetarian dishes and a plate of pork ribs. Although the family is quite short of money now, his parents have never let Xu Musen go without food. It was the time when he was growing up, so no matter how difficult the situation was at home, Xu Musen would be ensured to eat well. Mom, you've worked hard. Xu Musen sighed as he looked at his mother's face, which still didn't have many wrinkles. Why are you so sweet today, little brat? I've already given you pocket money today, and there's no more for you to ask for. Mom spoke alertly. Mom, look at what you said. I just wanted to thank you. Go away, if you really want to thank me, just take the bowl over and don't get in the way. Receive. Xu Musen chuckled, and suddenly felt that it was quite blissful to be disliked by his parents. He swiftly took the bowl to the living room. This boy. The mother couldn't help but smile as she looked at her son who was so well behaved today. At the dining table, a family of 3 was having a happy meal. Mom and Dad, you should eat more too. Xu Musen picked up a piece of pork ribs for both his father and mother. This caused the 2 of them to look at each other, and then at their son who seemed a little abnormal today. This is made specially for you. You can eat it yourself. We are old and can't eat too much meat at night. Mom said. Xu Musen smiled and said, you 2 have lost weight now. It seems that you need to eat more meat than I do. You should also take care of your health. These words made Xu Musen and Xie Yanxia stunned for a moment. For a moment they felt warm in their hearts, but at the same time they felt even more uncomfortable. Silly child, no matter what happens at home, you will never be short of food, so hurry up and eat yours. My mother felt a little sad, but she was very relieved in her heart. Xu Musen felt a little uncomfortable as well. After he grew up, he realized that his parents' claim of not liking to eat meat and only liking to eat fish heads was actually all for the sake of the children to eat one more bite. Moreover, during this period of time, Xu Musen spent every day around Yao Mingyu. He was called to school by his parents several times because of his confession of love, and his studies were a bit sluggish, but he did not understand his parents' difficulties. Mom and Dad, I was ignorant before, but I won't do that again in the future. Xu Musen said seriously. Dad and Mom looked at each other and sighed, their son has grown up, and they couldn't help but nod. So, Mom and Dad, please give me some money. I want to start a business. The 2 people who were about to pick up the ribs with chopsticks suddenly stopped and looked at each other again. Then my mother said with a fake smile, okay, how much do you want? The more the better. Even 100,000 or 80,000 is not too much. I promise to earn you several times the money back. Xu Musen thought that there were still some stocks that could be bought at this point in time. Okay. My mother nodded, pointed to the cabinet on the balcony and said, go look in the cabinet. There should be some paper money left from the last time you burned it at your grandparents' grave. Just take a few 100 million and start a business. Xu Musen. Mom, are you kidding me? You were the one who started this argument with us. I told you that you are not doing well. Even if our family has this money, it is for you to go to college and get married in the future. The mother glared at her son in annoyance, the brat just did whatever he wanted. Dad also chuckled and began to persuade Xu Musen to concentrate on his studies and that he didn't need to worry about matters at home. Xu Musen was a little helpless. Even a good cook cannot cook without rice. At this moment, in the villa area 1 or 200 meters away, Yao Mingyu was sitting on a soft sofa. The living room was decorated exquisitely, luxuriously and unpretentiously. She had changed into her home silk pajamas, and her white arms and 2 slender, straight legs were exposed to the air. The skin is flawless and white, without any trace of pores. It is as white and tender as if it had been soaked in milk, with delicate yet graceful curves. 18 years old. Her figure is already far ahead of that of girls of the same age. She leans on the sofa with her curvy figure, and her pair of small feet sway from time to time. Her plump toes are like a bunch of crystal grapes, as if carrying charming fine wine. However, her beautiful face looked cold at the moment. She kept looking at her mobile phone, waiting for the reminder tone that would sound countless times every day. However, since I came home, that familiar avatar has never lit up again. She felt more and more annoyed. It was also the first time that she realized how annoying it was to wait for someone's message. Chapter 5. Who hasn't he been a bootlicker before? After dinner, Xu Musen lay on the bed, his mind full of thoughts on how to make money. It's not that he doesn't want to relive the wonderful student life again. It's because the situation at home is like a wolf in front and a tiger behind. There are people in front who are eyeing me and trying to cheat my family out of their money, and behind me, Yao Mingyu is always ready to support me. If you don't work hard, you will end up being kept by a rich woman. What a worry. At this moment, the cell phone on the table rang. Xu Musen picked up the phone and found that it was a message from He-Cheong. He-Cheong, have you finished your meal? Xu Musen, have you finished your work? Xu Musen still remembered the guy's back as he turned and walked away. His expression changed even faster than his own. He-Cheong was also a little embarrassed. Nonsense, I always feel that you are not a good person. Are you really short of money or are you pretending to be short of money? Of course I need it. Why don't you lend me 100,000 or 80,000, 50 or 60,000 is fine. I'll double it when you're a freshman. I do have some 10 or 8 yuan, but what about 80 or 100,000? What do you think I am, a rich second generation? He-Cheong sent a black face expression. Xu Musen actually didn't hold out much hope. After all, they were all students and they would hesitate for a long time before eating instant noodles with eggs. Forget it, let's not talk about this. What do you want to talk to me about? Come to my house if you have nothing to do on Sundays these 2 days. I'm going to change the water in my fish pond soon. Come and cast a few rods with me. Looking at the message he sent, Xu Musen smiled. He-Cheong also has some understanding of the situation in his family. Every other Sunday he would use the excuse of changing the water in the fish pond at home to ask me to accompany him fishing, but in fact he was just taking the opportunity to let me bring 2 fish home to add to the dish. This kind of concern between brothers during school time is not mixed with interests and can be said to be the purest. Xu Musen didn't act pretentiously and replied with a good word. Return to the chat page. A darker top chat box comes into view. Yao Mingyu. Xu Musen opened the chat box. I saw that it was full of chat records, and almost all of them were sent by myself. Good morning and good night are necessary for every day. I will never forget to remind you to put on more clothes and carry an umbrella when it's windy and rainy. Birthday greetings essay is so corny that it makes people collapse. Xu Musen roughly read a few short essays. Xiaoyu, you know what I'm thinking. From childhood to adulthood, the only girl I've ever had a crush on is you. I know you may not be able to accept me now, but I just want you to understand my feelings. Because I love you, it has nothing to do with you. Xiaoyu, it's so cold today, remember to wear more clothes. Do you know why I caught a cold? It's not because I caught a cold, but because I lost all my resistance when I saw you. There were 1 or 2 times when Xu Musen felt so wrong that he wanted to burn his boats. Yao Mingyu. If you don't reply to my messages like this again, I will, really not like you anymore. If you really still care about me, just tell me right now. I'm only waiting for you for the last 3 minutes. However, after 3 minutes, Yao Mingyu still did not reply to his message. Xu Musen, I was possessed by a ghost just now. Xiaoyeye, I will bring you a cake tomorrow, okay. Xu Musen felt like ants were crawling all over his body. Help! What part of your body was used to type such pretentious words? He decisively unpinned the post and cleared the chat history. In fact, he wanted to block him directly. But the 2 families were only about 100 or 200 meters apart, and sometimes they would visit each other. Yao Mingyu is a yandere. But her mother is an intellectual, elegant and mature woman, and Xu Musen still has a good impression of his former mother-in-law. Considering the relationship between the 2 families, Xu Musen reluctantly did not block the message. Anyway, he was the only one who sent the messages. Yao Mingyu has always been aloof and speaks with the 3 words "oh, oh." Xu Musen looked at his space again, and his personal signature was even more important. Girl, all I need is a kiss from you. I looked through the logs and chats. Each sentence is more outrageous than the last. Xu Musen suddenly had a feeling that it was fortunate that Yao Mingyu was a yandere. If it were an ordinary girl, she would have been disgusted by him and ran away long ago. In a sense, they are really weird and a perfect match. No. Xu Musen quickly shook off this terrible idea and locked up all the dark history. On the other side, Yao Mingyu was feeling extremely anxious at the moment. She sat at the dining table, in front of her was a sumptuous dinner prepared by the nanny. But she had no appetite at all. She kept an eye on the message page on her phone, but there was no incoming mail. Thinking of Xu Musen's sudden change in the afternoon, she, who had always been confident of victory, felt extremely depressed. He was holding flowers and confessing his love to me the moment before, but why did he suddenly become a different person the next moment? It feels like a pet that you have raised for many years, and suddenly one day it runs away from home. She picked up her phone again and looked at it. She had read the chat history on it countless times. Although she always acted very cool, she would take screenshots of every short essay Xu Musen posted and put them in her photo album. She even plans to print them into a book. When we get married in the future, I will ask him to read it to me every night. Yao Mingyu subconsciously revealed a morbid smile, but when she saw that the last message was still the good morning one he sent her in the morning, her face darkened again. This was also the first time she was a little unsure about what Xu Musen was thinking. She opened the dialogue box and wanted to question him. But after typing just one word, she gritted her teeth and deleted it. She wanted to see how long this guy could endure. Just then, a message suddenly popped up in the class group chat. Lu Guoguan, I think what Xu Musen said today was really cruel. Even if they really get together in the future, Xu Musen will become a dog, and then Yao Mingyu will become. Park Guochang, har har har, just wait and see, if they are done like this, I will live stream washing my hair while standing upside down. Ari Kanpian, if Xu Musen doesn't lick you anymore, won't Lu Guoguan give you a chance to pursue Yao Mingyu? The chat messages between the three people were disjointed. But the amount of information is obviously explosive. 666. Awesome. At Xu Musen. Several emoticons immediately popped up in the group, saying that the two of them were really brave, and some even cheered at. Yao Mingyu's face was cold, and even contained some murderous intent. At this moment, one of the protagonists of the topic, Xu Musen, sent a question mark. Lu Guoguan, fuck. I sent this to the wrong group, quickly withdraw it. After he sent the message, he immediately withdrew it, connected to the above information, and then the three people started pretending to be dead. The group was silent for a moment. Yao Mingyu was furious, but what made her most angry was not these people gossiping. But it was this guy Xu Musen. He was clearly looking at his phone the whole time, but he didn't even send me a message. She held the phone tightly, narrowed her eyes, and finally clicked on the dialogue box. The students in the class group are also very active in their mental activities at this moment. Especially Lu Guoguan and Park Guocharn, they silently prayed in their hearts that Yao Mingyu did not see the message they just sent. But 1 second later, right below the question mark sent by Xu Musen. Yao Mingyu. The group suddenly fell silent. But people were murmuring even more loudly in their hearts. Yao Mingyu usually has a cold personality and never posts any messages in the class group. This was the first time she took the initiative to send a message in the group. And it was obvious that she replied to Xu Musen on purpose. Looking at the two question marks raised by the two of them, one in front and one behind, the onlookers felt the atmosphere of gossip again. There is absolutely no end in sight for these two. Chapter 6 Ways to Make Money. The turmoil in the class group did not cause Xu Musen any emotional fluctuations. In my previous life, I was already in my 40s, so I had long been immune to the nonsense of such children. He also knew what Yao Mingyu meant, which was to remind him to send her a message to explain or apologize. But I'm sorry, Xu Musen will never be fooled by these stinky women again. I've been reborn, who the hell still wants to be a bootlicker? He turned his phone to silent mode, threw it aside, hummed a song, and prepared to take a shower and have an early sleep. The villa area on the other side. Yao Mingyu stared at the phone screen for a long time. In the end, I became a little angry and embarrassed. He had clearly seen the news that another boy wanted to pursue her. If it had happened in the past, he would have definitely quarreled with that boy a long time ago. But this time he remained indifferent. Good. You'd better never send me messages for the rest of your life. Yao Mingyu was so angry that her pretty face turned red, and she stood up angrily. Mingyu, you haven't had dinner yet. The nanny came over and said something. I have no appetite. I won't eat any more. Yao Mingyu was in a really bad mood and turned around and went upstairs. The nanny looked at the table full of food, sighed, took out her cell phone and made a call. A few seconds later, an intellectual, elegant and mature female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey, what's wrong, Xiao Song? Boss Liu, Mingyu didn't have dinner today and she looked unhappy. It's probably because of. Okay, I understand. Let's do this for now. I'll go back in a couple of days. The woman on the other end of the phone seemed to know everything. In an office building in the bustling city center, in a large office, a tall and plump figure stood in front of the window. She was wearing a custom-made cheongsam with a light-colored plum blossom pattern and was sipping a cup of fragrant tea in her hand. Cheongsam is very picky about body shape, but when worn on her, it perfectly brings out the nobility and elegance of the cheongsam. The side buttons on the chest are struggling to support the amazing fullness, and along with the undulating curves, the belly is flat without a trace of fat. The perky buttocks complete the perfect finish, and the slit of the cheongsam is not too high. Half of her calf, which was as delicate and white as a girl's, was faintly visible, and at her feet was a pair of light pink high heels. Her face is even 70% similar to Yao Mingyu's, except that she is obviously more mature, and her whole body reveals the intellectual elegance of a mature woman. The same almond-shaped eyes as Yao Mingyu's were even more naturally noble. She drank her tea, looked towards home, and could not help but sigh slightly. My silly daughter, you went too far and it won't end well. Sunday. Xu Musen slept until he woke up naturally. His parents had already gone out to do something. I went to the bathroom to wash up and looked at myself in the mirror. I saw that Xu Musen was 18 years old, 1.82 meters tall, with sharp eyebrows and eyes that seemed to be shining. Although he is not as good looking as a movie star, his facial features are very three-dimensional and he is definitely a handsome guy. It's just that the bowl-cut hairstyle that is very popular among high school students has somewhat affected his appearance. Xu Musen was shirtless and looked at his thin body. It was a miracle that he could withstand Yao Mingyu's daily torture in his previous life. 3 things to do for rebirth: exercise and fitness, learn to counterattack, and change your hairstyle. It seems that there is still some merit in this approach. When I came to the living room, there was breakfast on the table. When Xu Musen was collecting the plates after finishing his meal, he discovered a red note under the plates. Xu Musen was stunned for a moment. His parents usually gave him pocket money of more than 10 or 20 yuan. It seems that what I said yesterday made them think too much. Xu Musen took the money. Although his family was not so poor that they could barely make ends meet, they still tried to save as much as possible. In a society where the average income per capita is only 2,000 to 3,000, this amount of pocket money is quite a bit. Xu Musen put it away. In this life, I must never let my parents worry about money every day. After changing his clothes, Xu Musen picked up his cell phone and muted it for the whole night. Many people sent messages to Xu Musen. Apparently the news storm in the class group last night is still brewing. Of course, they all come here to have some fun. Xu Musen didn't bother to pay attention to them and just went out. Passing by the villa area, Xu Musen subconsciously looked at one of the villas. Yao Mingyu's home. Xu Musen could even see the pink curtains on the window of her room. She must have been very angry about what happened yesterday. It is said that a husband and wife will be bound by love for 100 days after 1 day of marriage. After all, they have been sleeping in the same bed for so many years. Thinking of how she might have been so angry that she couldn't sleep last night, Xu Musen felt. How can it be so comfortable? Xu Musen hummed a little tune and went out to rush to He Qiong's house. But, just as he left, a light suddenly appeared behind the pink curtain. Looking closely, it turned out to be a pair of telescopes. Behind the curtains, Yao Mingyu, who was still in her pajamas, gritted her teeth and looked at Xu Musen's receding back. A hint of shame and anger appeared in her eyes. In the past, he would always pester me to go shopping on weekends. She looked at her phone again. It had been a whole day and he hadn't sent her a message all day. She knew the direction Xu Musen left and should go to find He Qiong. They are all boys, so they shouldn't. But when she thought of the two of them with their arms around each other's shoulders, she still felt inexplicably irritated. Xu Musen's body can only belong to him. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The light in her eyes seemed to want to kill someone. She threw the telescope to the ground in anger. Xu Musen, I'll only give you one last day to regret. At this moment, Xu Musen had already arrived at Heqiang's house by bus. There are several fish ponds and many cars parked on the roadside, all of whom are here to fish. Come here. Heqiang, who had already started fishing, waved to him. I've already set the line for you, just keep an eye on it. Xu Musen walked over and sat down next to him. Hey, there was a lot of commotion in the class group yesterday. Even Yao Mingyu sent a message in the group. This is the first time. Heqiang also immediately started gossiping and made eyes at him. Oh. Xu Musen nodded. Oh? Don't you have any idea? Yao Mingyu's message is obviously for you. Didn't I tell you that I have nothing to do with her anymore? Xu Musen smiled slightly. Do you think I was joking when I said I wouldn't lick it anymore? Heqiang looked at his good buddy with a dark face, and finally said twice, You are good, childhood sweethearts for so many years, and you said you don't want to pursue them, and you are even more cruel than a stranger. Xu Musen shook his head. Falling in love was really childish. His mind is now full of thoughts on how to make money. Heqiang was not lucky today and several of the cables were broken. While waiting for the cables to be replaced, he picked up his phone and played with it for a while out of boredom. Shit. This crappy phone freezes when it comes to the most critical part. Could it be that it's running out of memory again? Heqiang suddenly complained, and Xu Musen leaned over to take a look. Found him playing Kart Rider. These were the first large-scale mobile games that came out with smartphones. Sure enough, my phone's memory is running out again. This crappy game takes up 2 or 3 gigabytes. I deleted most of the apps on my phone just to play this. While Heqiang was complaining, he was trying to delete some other things to clear up the memory. Xu Musen pointed at his browser and said, Isn't it okay to just delete the 5 gigabytes of study materials stored here? That won't do. Heqiang's face turned red. This is my treasure. Xu Musen smiled. Although the mobile phones of this era are smartphones, their storage is very small. Even the SD storage cards used are usually around 10 gigabytes. There is really not enough space to download some things. Besides, my phone lags when playing such large games. It would be great if there was a game that takes up less memory and doesn't take up too much space on the phone. Heqiang muttered to himself. No downloading, no performance loss. Xu Musen muttered these 2 words, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. Yes. Fuck. What the hell are you doing so jumpy? Heqiang was so frightened by his shout that he almost threw his cell phone into the fish pond. But Xu Musen's eyes lit up at this moment, and a money-making opportunity finally appeared in his mind. Chapter 7 Xu Musen. I will never talk to you again. Smartphones are already very popular these days. But many of them are fake brands or knockoffs, such as Coolpad, Xiaoleijiao, Pineapple, Feishan. Big brands are ridiculously expensive. Before Xiaomi came out at 1,999 yuan, most people used inferior brands of mobile phones. Normally, watching a video can cause lag, let alone playing mobile games. No wonder some people would shout, Xiaomi, how can I live without you? Xu Musen remembered a way of playing games in his previous life. That's cloud gaming. The game's data terminals are all on the server, and the player's mobile phone is just a medium. As long as the signal is good, the game can be played smoothly. However, cloud gaming requires very powerful server terminals, and setting up a large server can easily cost a starting 6-figure sum, which Xu Musen certainly cannot handle now. So, he thought of another lower-cost form. Mini program. Now QQ and WeChat have become mainstream social software. Strictly speaking, the popular QQ Farm and Parking Space Grabbing are the predecessors of mini program games. A good product should help consumers solve a pain point. Although it looks so simple and childish now, it was still a lot of fun to play with at that time. In my previous life, when I was lying at home watching short videos, I would always see advertisements about upgrading by cutting down trees, evolving by swallowing koan, and hatching blood eggs. This kind of mini program game does not need to be downloaded or even registered. You can just click it and play. The development cost of each of these mini programs may be only a few thousand yuan, but the profits they bring are considerable. Do you still remember that there was once a hit advertisement called which earned 100 million yuan in advertising fees in just 1 or 2 months? It sounds incredible. Xu Musen didn't seek to make 100 million directly, as long as he could get his first bucket of money, that would be enough. Moreover, there are not many competitors in the market now, Whoever can do it first will be able to make money first. The more Xu Musen thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He studied computer science in his previous life, so programming this small program was too easy for him. Qianzi, I'm pregnant. Xu Musen patted He Qiang's shoulder happily. Do you have a brain tumor? You're so shocked. He Qiang was speechless. He felt that his buddy had been a little mentally unstable for the past 2 days. I have a way to make money. Do you want to invest in it? I guarantee you'll make a lot of money. Xu Musen is ready to go. Although the cost of a mini program is not high, it still requires several thousand yuan. He Qiang looked at him, and finally silently took out 2 fat fish from the fishing net and handed them to him. Brother, I know you've been in a very bad mood these past 2 days, take these 2 fish back to replenish your brain. Xu Musen looked at He Qiang and couldn't help but smile. To be honest, if a friend of yours in high school suddenly started talking about starting a business after being dumped, you probably wouldn't take it seriously. Anyway, it will take a few days to develop the program, so there is no need to worry about the money. Xu Musen was not pretentious. He reached out his hand to take the fish and said with a smile, okay, I'll consider these 2 fish as your investment. Wait for my good news in a few days. Xu Musen turned and left. He Qiang looked at his good friend's excited back and scratched his head with a sigh. Back home. Xu Musen put the fish in the basin and went into his room. There is an old computer in his room, which he bought for more than 10,000 yuan several years ago when his family still had money. Of course, nowadays, even computers costing 3 or 4,000 yuan can't match its performance, and even playing CF will lag. Ding! This time the boot time is 2 minutes and 30 seconds, beating 5% of the computers in the country. Keep it up. The corner of Xu Musen's mouth twitched, but it would definitely be no problem to use it to write simple programs. In the open source library, many ready-made structures can be used directly. A programmer's magic weapon. Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V. Time quickly came to the afternoon. When my parents came back and saw the fish in the fish bowl, they knew that they were taken from He Qiang's house again. It's not good to ask people to give you gifts every time. Next time you go there, don't go empty-handed. When the mother pushed open Xu Musen's door, she found her son typing on the keyboard at a very fast speed. What are you doing? My mother walked over and saw that what she saw on the computer screen was not a game, but a long, densely packed string of English letters. Learn some programming. Maybe your son can use it to make a difference in the future. Xu Musen replied with a smile. My mother didn't understand this, but watching was better than playing games all day, so she said, studying hard is the most important thing. Be careful of online scammers and don't get fooled. Don't worry, Mom. I know everything. Xu Musen nodded. The mother looked at her son's focused look again, and she couldn't help but ask, by the way, you didn't go to see Mingyu today. Xu Musen paused while typing the code. Thinking back to every Sunday in the past, Xu Musen would pester Yao Mingyu to go shopping together. What's the fun in looking for her? You might as well think more about making some money. Xu Musen replied casually. My mother now felt something was wrong. If a boy who always thinks about falling in love suddenly wants to make money, then it must be because he was stimulated by girls. Although the relationship between the 2 families has always been good, the economic gap between them is getting bigger and bigger. My mother sighed inwardly. The 2 families were well matched and they wanted to become in-laws. But now. Okay, do you want to eat fish stewed or braised? I like everything my mom cooks. You kid. My mother couldn't help but smile, then turned and left. Night. Xu Musen watched the program intently as it was tested over and over again. And in a villa 100 or 200 meters away, Yao Mingyu was lying on the soft sofa. She hadn't put down her phone the whole day. Her eyes were almost bulging with bloodshot. It had been 2 whole days, and he hadn't even sent her a single message. Moreover, she visited his space today and found that Xu Musen had locked it directly. Although it was his QQ space, Yao Mingyu had already regarded it as her own property. After all, Xu Musen's space is actually all about her. Even if a girl wants to chat with Xu Musen, she will give up after seeing the space. But what does he mean by locking the space? Is this to tell others that his car is empty and can pick up new passengers? The fire of yandereness in Yao Mingyu's heart was burning fiercely. This thing was beyond her control and she could no longer bear it. She took out her cell phone and opened Xu Musen's chat box. Her slender white fingers hesitated back and forth for a long time, and sent out what might have been her first proactive message this year. Question mark. The question mark symbol represents too many meanings. Xu Musen was concentrating on the code that was being tested and didn't pay any attention to the message. After sending the message, Yao Mingyu put her phone aside. She was still thinking happily in her heart that Xu Musen had been temperamental in the past, but as long as she showed the slightest bit of her attitude, Xu Musen would immediately forget everything and keep sending her apology messages. At this time, Yao Mingyu would feel particularly satisfied in her heart. So, at this moment, she is like a hunter waiting for her prey, ready to enjoy the upcoming hunting moment. However, the phone was placed aside, as if it was turned off, with no movement at all. A nameless anger was burning in Yao Mingyu's heart. She knew all of Xu Musen's daily routines. He couldn't possibly be taking a shower at this hour. In other words, he just didn't want to reply to his message on purpose. But I have clearly already made concessions. Yao Mingyu gritted her teeth, her almond-shaped eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc, picked up her mobile phone, and poked the screen with her fingers. Xu Musen. What do you mean? This is almost Yao Mingyu's ultimatum. After a long while, there was still no reply. She almost bit her 2 rows of white teeth to pieces, but she actually sent a message for the 3rd time. Xu Musen. I'll only give you 3 minutes. If you don't answer, I'll really ignore you. 3 minutes passed quickly. Yao Mingyu looked at the screen which still only showed her message. Her almond-shaped eyes were now filled with a sickly light. She picked up the phone and almost wanted to smash it to pieces. She held back the last bit of rationality in her heart and sent the 456th message. Okay. Xu Musen, you are capable. This is your own choice, don't regret it later. Xu Musen. I hate you. Even if you come to apologize to me again, I will never talk to you again. At this moment, Xu Musen breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the program finally run successfully. He didn't know if it was because of his rebirth, but he felt that both his mind and body were much stronger than before. The work that was originally planned to take 2 or 3 days was actually completed in 1 day. Only then did he hear the constant ringing of message alerts from his cell phone. He picked it up and looked at it, and was also stunned for a moment. It's from Yao Mingyu, and she actually sent so many of them. Seeing the news, she was furious. A sentence popped up in Xu Musen's mind. What is she barking at? Looking at the threatening words above, if it were in the past, Xu Musen would have run directly to her doorstep to beg for forgiveness. But now, I will never talk to you again. Xu Musen immediately picked up his phone and replied very quickly, fearing that she would withdraw her message. It's a deal. Chapter 8. Which little vixen? Yao Mingyu's biggest shortcoming is that she is too confident. After all, she is indeed outstanding, and her figure and appearance are unmatched among her peers. In addition, her mother is also a woman with a strong business acumen. As the Empress Dowager who will rule the future listed company from behind the scenes, her economic conditions are already far superior to those of ordinary people. It's not like the two of them had ever had a fight before, but once I said so, I would just ignore him. He would immediately come over and knock on the door to apologize. This can be considered as Yao Mingyu's trump card. Just like in love, some girls always like to use breaking up as a threat to start a quarrel. But the premise is that such threats can only be directed to those who truly love and care about her. If it was someone who didn't love her, this threat would be ridiculous. But obviously, Yao Mingyu still doesn't believe Xu Musen's change. Finally, the phone received a message notification sound. A hint of smugness suddenly appeared on Yao Mingyu's beautiful face. If things go as expected, he will definitely reply to many messages and even come downstairs to beg me to give him a chance. But the message only rang once. She waited patiently for a long time, but still no response. A bad premonition came to my mind. She picked up her phone and opened the dialog box. It's a deal. These four short words seemed to reveal immense joy. Yao Mingyu was stunned for a long time. Bang! The phone fell heavily to the ground and was retired on the spot. Xu Musen. Yao Mingyu spoke word by word, a dangerous gleam in her almond-shaped eyes, and her gaze was fixed in the direction of Xu Musen's home. Their white and tender jade feet stepped on the soft carpet, and the 5 crystal-clear toes like grapes tightly grasped the carpet because of anger. She really wanted to step on his mouth with her foot right now to see if he was really that stubborn. However, the pride in her heart at the moment made her restrain herself. Her eyes were slightly narrowed and her teeth were clenched. You can't run away. But Xu Musen didn't care about these things at the moment. The program has run a circle. What he made were copies of elimination games like Sheep Catch a Sheep and White Carrot. Simple and educational, suitable for all ages. He found free materials for sound effects and some prop textures directly from open source libraries, and saved money wherever possible in all processes. It is called a game, but in fact its core is just an upgraded version of Connect the Dots. That's why it can be made so quickly. When your strength is not enough, as long as you are small enough, you can reach where you want to go. Of course, this is just the first step. The mini program function has not yet been launched, but there are already many mini games on QQ. The original intention of these games is not to make money, but to attract new users. When QQ Farm became popular, how many people registered on QQ just to play this game? Xu Musen went to the official website to search and found that there really was a game partner incentive program. I looked at it and it was the same as most companies recruiting partners. The company provides you with platform and server support, and you need to compete with your partners of the same period over a period of time. Finally, those with the best data will receive extra rewards and follow-up support. Xu Musen signed up directly and went to register the domain name and other things. This is to prevent someone from registering the name first and causing trouble in the future. Waiting for the registration results to come out. Xu Musen picked up the phone, and the page was still on the chat box with Yao Mingyu. Given her temper, she would probably be furious by now. And this is the result Xu Musen wanted. He found He Qiang, compressed the program into an installation package, and sent it to him directly. Qiangzi, I'll give you something good. How about playing with it? He Qiang, oh my god, where did you get these resources from? Xu Musen, is there anything else in your mind besides pornography? He Qiang, I call this security awareness. If you download random things on your phone, you might get a virus. Xu Musen, it contains Mr. Yoshizawa's latest work. Fuck. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xu Musen was too lazy to explain it to him. He would definitely download it out of curiosity anyway. After a while, He Qiang sent a message. Fuck you. I took off my pants and you show me this. Of course, how does it feel? Xu Musen couldn't help but laugh. It's quite fun, and I didn't even need to register. It's only a dozen megabytes in size. How come I didn't know you could do this before? He Qiang was really shocked this time. He still remembered what he had said in the morning. I didn't expect that Xu Musen would find out this evening. Although it is a simple game, it is interesting. The most important thing is that the memory is small enough to be ignored, and you don't need a mobile phone number to register, you can play directly. For a student like him, the feeling of being able to play a few games anytime and anywhere is really great. Xu Musen asked He Qiang to share it with people around him to try it out first. He was not idle either, and sent it to his parents as well. If even middle-aged people can figure out how to play it, it proves that most people are the target customers. After a while, my parents were also very addicted to the game. Xu Musen had only made 7 or 8 levels so far, and they finished it in a short while. My mother was still excited and was ready to urge me to update. Is this what you tinkered with? It's quite interesting. Why is there nothing after the 8th level? Dad, son, we don't object to you doing these things, but you still have to focus on your studies. Oh, by the way, how did you pass the 6th level? Looking at his parents' reactions, Xu Musen felt more confident. The next day, Xu Musen got up early and the game partner information he applied for in the background was approved. Sent the first version of the game. After reviewing it, the signed electronic contract was sent to me soon. In general, the profits are split 50-50. This ratio is normal for eating on other people's platforms. Xu Musen checked and signed it after finding no problem. The platform and server entrants are available. Now we need to attract users. This kind of small game is basically an activity that some self-employed people choose to participate in by chance, and there is no threshold. It's good enough if the company can provide a server, and you have to rely on yourself for the advertising expenses. Xu Musen looked at all the pocket money he had saved, including the New Year's money he had hidden away. It was only about 1 or 2,000 yuan. This amount of money is not enough to even print some flyers, let alone advertise. Xu Musen thought about it for a while and came up with another idea. I sent a message to Hee-chang, I have nothing to do this afternoon, so go out with me. Oh? You're not going to accompany your sister Mingyu? Hee-chang teased that every Sunday when he wanted to ask him to go out and play, Xu Musen would always want to hang around Yao Mingyu. Don't mention any bullshit love stories. I just want to make money now. Come on, I'll help you make a lot of money. Xu Musen put on his clothes, took all his money, and walked out briskly. Just after he passed by the villa area, the door of the villa was slowly pushed open a crack. A pair of phoenix eyes narrowed, looking particularly enchanting in the afternoon sun. She was wearing a lavender long dress, with graceful body curves and unique temperament, like a violet bud about to bloom. She was wearing a waffle hat that covered most of her face, but her eyes under the brim were fixed on the direction Xu Musen left. I want to see which vixen you are going to find. Chapter 9, Xu Musen is ungrateful. Jingcheng, Yingji Wholesale Market. Hee-chang looked at Xu Musen, who was bargaining with the boss. Boss, I'll give you 30 cents for each of these. No, that won't work. I don't even have enough to cover the cost. I need at least 50 cents. Let's both make concessions. 35 cents is fine. I'll take it if that's all. Xu Musen took out a few red bills from his arms and stuffed them directly into the boss's hand. What is wholesaled here are some small daily necessities, such as spoons, chopsticks, steel wool, nail clippers, and the more expensive ones like magnifying glasses are mixed together and sold. A regular customer at the $2 store. No, that won't do. The lowest is 40 cents. I have to consider the cost too. You can add a little more. The boss shook his head. But once the money was in his hand, he clutched a few red bills and was really reluctant to give it back. This mentality has always been effective in bargaining. Xu Musen also said sincerely, just 35 cents, we are all students, it's not easy for our family to set up a stall to earn some pocket money. Look at my brother who has been moving bricks at the construction site during the day and is almost as tired as an African. Xu Musen sounded more and more pitiful as he spoke, and he even patted Hee-chang. Hee-chang? The boss looked at Hee-chang's face, which was so dark from the sun that it was almost reflective. Whether he believed it or not, he felt embarrassed to raise the price any further. Okay. Boss, I think your small table is quite old, why don't you give it to us? This stroller is also very good. Please give us 2 more of these woven bags, we are students. Xu Musen looked at the things needed to set up the stall, his eyes shining with joy, hoping that the more things could be done smoothly, the better. The boss's mouth twitched. He didn't make much money in the first place, and now he was going to lose all of it. Looking at Xu Musen constantly saying, I am a student, he complained in his heart, student. Even animals are not as shameless as him. Xu Musen relied on his thick skin to save another 200 yuan from the original budget of less than 1,000 yuan. The two people just left. Yao Mingyu's figure appeared from the corner, and she also came to the stall to take a look. These little gadgets might only cost a few cents, and she would never even look at them under normal circumstances. Did he buy so much to set up a stall? Yao Mingyu gritted her teeth. It was clearly the weekend, but he chose to set up a stall instead of accompanying her. Yao Mingyu really wanted to slap the bank card in her wallet containing nearly 8 figures in cash on his face. It is obvious that he only needs to follow me. When they are together in the future, I will support him. Does he still need to work hard? I don't know what's good for me. Yao Mingyu snorted coldly and continued to follow. Finally, Xu Musen and Hee-chang came out, each carrying a sack and pushing a simple cart. Is this what you meant by making me rich? Hee-chang felt a little cheated. Although it was already afternoon, he was still sweating as he carried the sack in the hot summer. Isn't this just going to be a coolie and set up a street stall? Everything is difficult at the beginning. Trust me, it will be no problem. If I succeed today, I will give you a carbon fiber fishing rod. Xu Musen also skillfully painted a big picture for him. Come on, these things won't make much money in a day if you sell them on the street. By the time you buy them for me, I might be half buried in the ground. Hee-chang complained, but he was not at all vague in helping him carry things. Xu Musen looked at these things and smiled. Who told you that I'm going to set up a street stall? Hee-chang was stunned for a moment. Why would you buy so many things if you don't set up a stall? Xu Musen looked at the square not far away and smiled. Of course it's free. Hee-chang looked confused, while Xu Musen was already pushing his cart to reserve a spot in the square. After paying a 100 yuan sanitation management fee, Xu Musen was able to secure a location with good traffic. Night gradually falls. The weather is finally not so hot anymore, and people are starting to go shopping after get off work. The two of them began to put everything in place. He Qiang was still a little confused. What do you mean by giving it away for free? Are you doing charity? Xu Musen smiled and said to him, Qiangzi, you will understand one thing in the future, free things are the most expensive. As Xu Musen spoke, he took out the banners and posters he had asked the printing shop to make today and put them out. Exquisite gifts, free of charge. As for the poster, it has the game QR code printed on it. As soon as the banner was hung up, it immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. The Chinese people's enthusiasm for free stuff remains unabated. Xu Musen took out another loudspeaker, which he had used before when he confessed his love to Yao Mingyu. It was for love before, and now it's for career. He adjusted the volume button, ready to record the shouting words, but after pressing it, a loud voice suddenly came out. Mingyu. I love you. Xu Musen. Shit. I forgot to delete the previous recording. The crowd around was stunned for a moment and then couldn't help laughing. He Qiang was also confused. Didn't his brother agree not to lick him? Mistake. Xu Musen's face turned red and he quickly deleted the record and re-recorded it. However, at this moment, in the coffee shop more than 10 meters away, Yao Mingyu almost couldn't hold the coffee in her hand steadily. Her pair of almond-shaped eyes, which always carried a sense of oppression, now also had a bit of girlish charm, and she seemed to be enjoying this moment very much. She took out her cell phone and took a picture of Xu Musen, who was a little flustered at the moment. The stall is on track. Although the items on the stalls are not valuable, they are necessities of life and can be used by every household. Hey, young man, are these things really free? It must be fake. There is no such thing as a free bargain these days. Someone asked. Of course, everything is free. Xu Musen said with a smile. The crowd began to prepare to make their selections, but Xu Musen said, everyone wait a moment, these things are really free, but you need to scan the QR code here. Once you confirm the information, you can get an item for free. Xu Musen took out the printed QR code. I'll tell you, it's definitely not something that people will get for free. What is this? It can't be a scam, right? In this day and age, many people still have a sense of mystery about the concept of scanning QR codes, and they all watch from the sidelines. Xu Musen explained that this was just a game and also mentioned the feature that it did not require registration or downloading. Moreover, it was specifically stated that they were cooperating with Q. With a large factory as a guarantee, the credibility was naturally high. Moreover, people nowadays are not very aware of mobile phone security. Anyway, a guy who looked like a junior high school student couldn't help but scan it. Looking at the game page that popped up, although the graphics were very simple, the unique gameplay still attracted him. Hey, it's really fun. The boy's eyes immediately lit up and he started playing without even picking up the items. Xu Musen immediately shouted with a loudspeaker, congratulations, you are our first user to scan the code today, and you can choose 3 extra gifts. The first 100 people who scan the code can get an extra one for free. Early bird catches their worm, and the prizes will be given away while supplies last. This voice made many people feel that they would be at a loss if they didn't receive it, and immediately many people started scanning the code. He Qiang said, fuck, in his heart. To be honest, he was still embarrassed when he set up a stall for the first time. But Xu Musen has his own way of speaking and using his tactics. In just half an hour, the number of people who scanned the code to log in exceeded 1 or 200. Xu Musen checked the background data on his mobile phone and found that half of the gifts had been delivered. But he smiled even more happily. According to their signed contract, you can get a commission of 2 yuan just by getting one user to log in. In other words, the more he loses, the more he earns. The sky gradually darkened. More than half of the small items on the stall have been given away, and there are already 300 or 400 people who have scanned the code to log in. In other words, just by taking advantage of the platform today, you can earn nearly 1,000 yuan. Of course, this little money is not Xu Musen's purpose. He Qiang came over and whispered, most of the gifts have been given away. This is a loss of several $100s. Xu Musen couldn't help but smile and patted him on the shoulder. This is just the beginning, I still have to give you more money. He Qiang didn't understand what it meant. Then Xu Musen was seen holding a megaphone and shouting again, "Everyone, listen to me again. I actually have a gift for everyone." When they heard there was something else, the crowd gathered again immediately. As you have seen in the game you just played, you don't need to download it or register a mobile phone number, you can play it as long as you have a mobile phone. In order to give back to our fans and family, we are striving for new benefits. There is an exclusive link for everyone on the game sharing page. As long as you share it with new users, you can participate in the lucky draw and get a guaranteed cash reward of 100 yuan. That's right, it's the famous pink 60 red envelope model. Chapter 10. If you don't confess, it will affect my income. What? You can make money by playing games. Is it true that I can get $100 just by sharing it with others? Just give it a try. It's just a matter of moving your fingers. There are many different opinions among the crowd, but as long as there is benefit, there will definitely be people who will try it. He Chong was stunned, and secretly pulled Xu Musen. "Fuck, what are you doing? You haven't even started to make money yet, and you're throwing money out." Xu Musen gave him a reassuring look. This routine is the famous pink 60 red envelope model in the previous life. An originally third-rate e-commerce platform, relying on such tactics, eventually became the #1 e-commerce platform in terms of market value, leaving behind the two older competitors, Taobao and JD.com. It can be said that this model fully grasps the real living standards and psychology of the Chinese people. In this era, everyone's salary is around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, and this 100 yuan is a whole day's salary, which is quite tempting. Moreover, by attracting a new user, Xu Musen can earn 2 yuan from the platform. With this calculation, he is sure to make a profit. Although he said he was making games, in fact all Xu Musen did was sales work. With this mouth, he has never suffered any loss except for living off his wife. Some people may not care about small gifts, but the real money immediately attracted many middle-aged people who did not play games to participate. Xu Musen was so happy that he was bursting with joy when he saw the soaring data on the background of his mobile phone. No wonder those live streaming hosts in the past called everyone family so affectionately. Isn't this just pure chives? Another hour passed. I have given away all the small gifts and am planning to close the stall. Xu Musen took a look at the back-end revenue. Today, there were 500 to 600 new users alone, and the number was still growing. In other words, I made 1,000 or 2,000 today just by taking advantage of the market. For students, this is a considerable amount of money. But for Xu Musen, this is just like eating peanuts to whet his appetite before a full banquet. You're still laughing. Have you given away all your private money today? He Chong couldn't help but say as he looked at Xu Musen, who was grinning. Xu Musen looked at his good friend who had been busy with him all day and patted him on the shoulder. He told him all his ideas and let He Chong directly look at the background data. He Chong paused for a long time, then suddenly reached out and pulled Xu Musen's nose and ears, and also pulled his arm. "What are you doing?" Xu Musen was annoyed by his gay behavior. "Fuck you, are you really the Xu Musen I know? Why do I feel like you were swapped out by aliens?" He Chong found it a little unbelievable. In the past, this bootlicker brother of his had nothing else in his mind except Yao Mingyu. How come he seems like a different person since this failed confession? Xu Musen let out a long sigh. In fact, what He Chong said was right. He was indeed not the Xu Musen of the past. The current Xu Musen is definitely a brand new version. "Don't worry, no matter how things change, I'm still your buddy." Xu Musen patted He Chong on the shoulder and sighed. "When you encounter difficulties, the one who can give you a hand is a true brother. How much can I help you?" He Chong was also a little touched. "It's my wife." Question mark. Just as the two of them were hugging each other's shoulders and sighing about life. However, He Chong always felt a chill on his back, as if he was being stared at by a tigress. He shuddered. "You guys want flowers?" Just then, a very pleasant and clean voice came from behind them. The two people looked back. In front of him was a girl who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old and was wearing a white long dress. Her long, jet black hair was casually draped over her face, covering most of it, and for a moment, her face could not be seen clearly. But through her hair, you can still see her fair skin, and she has a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes. Just looking at the seemingly short-sighted look, there is a clear stupidity. She held a bouquet of roses in her arms and held one in her hand in front of the two people. Only then did Xu Musen see that she was in a wheelchair. In the gentle summer breeze, you can also see the girl's fair and slender ankles. You talking to us? He Cheong looked at the rose in her hand, which symbolized love, and was a little unresponsive. Well, you guys aren't playing friends, my. I've seen people like you before. The girl's gaze was still on the two people's shoulders, her bright eyes showing a matter-of-fact look. Her accent seems to have some Sichuan accent. Xu Musen and He Cheong looked at each other. They were just too excited and their action was really gay. Hold. The two people immediately distanced themselves from each other in disgust. He Cheong, you are so dark, how can you still be considered gay? Xu Musen, you're still talking about me. It's because you are so delicate and tender that you don't have any manliness at all. The two people blamed each other. But he didn't notice that the girl's eyes seemed to light up after hearing Xu Musen's name. Then she narrowed her eyes and looked at Xu Musen through the hair in front of her. She pushed the wheelchair forward suddenly and was about to be next to Xu Musen. He could even smell the faint fragrance on her body. She raised her head, and it seemed that she saw Xu Musen's face clearly. It's you. Xu Musen and He Cheong were stunned again. Do you know me? Xu Musen didn't seem to have any impression of her. But when he got closer, Xu Musen could see clearly that the roses she was holding were wrapped in a. Isn't this the wrapping paper from my mom's flower shop? Wrong. These must be the flowers I threw away 2 days ago. The flower in your hand. I picked it up. The girl's voice suddenly became a little alert, as if she was worried that Xu Musen would snatch the flowers away, and she immediately hugged the flowers in her arms. I know you picked it up, but I also threw the flower away. You threw it away and I picked it up, so the flower is mine. The girl spoke in a serious tone, and it seemed that she was more serious than when they were discussing the issue of national territorial sovereignty. You throw it every week anyway. She muttered again. Xu Musen raised his eyebrows. From what she said, it seemed that the flowers he threw out every week were picked up by her. Xu Musen always felt that this girl's train of thought seemed a little strange. He looked at the girl in front of him again. Her smooth long hair covers most of her face, her pair of peach blossom eyes seem to have a watery filter, her skin is fair and delicate, and her nose is small and delicate. The long skirt she was wearing looked very simple and the wheelchair she was wearing was a bit old. Judging from her actions just now, she must be out selling flowers. He looks like someone who might come from a troubled family. When people of the same age go out shopping and playing games. One of them came out to sell flowers, and the other came out to set up a stall. Xu Musen smiled, feeling as if he were a wanderer in the world. Seeing her defensive movements, Xu Musen smiled and said, I won't steal your flowers. I just want to tell you that you won't be able to pick up flowers in the future. Why? The girl blinked her watery eyes. Because there is no need. I will never confess to her again. Xu Musen shook his head. He never wanted to get close to that little yandere again. Oh, what a pity. The girl murmured. There's nothing to regret. Everyone chooses a different life. Sometimes letting go is the only relief. Xu Musen subconsciously sighed about life. The girl just raised her head and blinked her bright peach eyes. It's a pity that there will be no more flowers to pick in the future. Xu Musen. People's happiness is not the same, I just feel damn. So what? The girl seemed not to understand the sarcasm. She raised her head, her eyes clear without a trace of impurities under her long hair. She looked at Xu Musen and said seriously, so if you don't confess, it will affect my income. At this moment, a breeze blew. The girl's hair blew and her whole face appeared in front of Xu Musen. She has delicate features and fair skin, though a little thin. This adds a sense of messy beauty to her look, and her white dress moves in the wind. This turned out to be a girl whose appearance was as good as Yao Mingyu. That silly and cute look seems a bit out of touch with the world. For a moment, Xu Musen felt that this rebirth was quite interesting. Chapter 11. The two women met for the first time. Should I still say sorry to you? This was the first time Xu Musen had seen a girl with such a way of thinking. Every word makes sense, but every word is hurtful. That's not necessary. Thanks to your failed confessions, I was able to pick up so many flowers. The girl shook her head. The sincerity and innocence in her words made Xu Musen feel a little distressed. He Cheong couldn't hold back his laughter. He always felt that he, as a brother, was immune to Yao Mingyue's evil intentions, but he seemed to have no way to deal with the innocent girl. You have come to this day too. The girl raised her warm eyes and looked at the somewhat speechless Xu Musen again, then she took out another rose from the bunch of roses in her arms and handed it to him. You are a good person. Grandma said that we should repay kindness. Your flowers gave me the opportunity to earn some pocket money. If you have difficulties in the future, I will also protect you. When she said the last sentence, she seemed to have thought about the wording carefully before choosing such a domineering sentence. It's just that she looks a little short-sighted and silly, and there's something particularly cute about her uttering this line from Young and Dangerous. Xu Musen looked at the wheelchair under her, then smiled after a moment and took the flowers from her hand. Then I'd like to thank you in advance. The girl nodded, pushed the wheelchair and turned away. Xu Musen looked at the rose in his hand. He didn't expect that after going around in circles, the flower was back in his hand. Moreover, he also received a good guy card, but he felt particularly comfortable receiving this good guy card. But receiving flowers right after being reborn is a good sign. I forgot to ask your name. Are you attracted to her? He Chung came over and said. He also looked at the girl in the distance and suddenly exclaimed. I feel like I have some impression of her. I seem to have seen her at school. You feel like you've seen every beautiful woman you see before, right? Xu Musen said jokingly. Go away, in my eyes, no beauty is as exciting as catching a big fish. But this girl does look pretty, it's a pity. He Chung looked at her back as she gradually disappeared in the crowd in her wheelchair and shook his head regretfully. Xu Musen looked at the roses in his hand again and realized that each flower was wrapped in colored paper. There is also a picture of a kitten's head on it. Xu Musen took a closer look and discovered that it was actually hand-painted. The paint was simple, but the brush strokes were very good. With just a few strokes, even the whiskers and fur on the kitten's face are made to come alive, with a very unique style. It looks comfortable at first glance. Xu Musen suddenly remembered that the two most important factors for making this kind of elimination game by himself are actually two: sound effects and icons. The cute painting style will make people want to play with it, just like when you meet a cute cat on the street and you can't help but pet it. And most people are willing to pay for the style of painting. It reminded me of a two-character open-world game from my previous life. Disposable paper cups with printed patterns can be sold for dozens of yuan. A collaboration can make many players shout slogans regardless of social consequences. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the saying it's easy to make money in the second dimension. A good painting style is very important, but correspondingly, a good painter is also very expensive. Sound effects can also be synthesized by humans, but for illustrations, an artist is required. Of course, Xu Musen couldn't afford to hire a famous teacher with the money in his pocket. He looked at the illustration in his hand, and his eyes gradually lit up. Xiangzi. Where is that girl from before? Find her back for me. He Chung was startled again by his shout. What a surprise. Are you really planning to take back a bunch of roses? It's business. I don't have time to explain it to you. Go separate ways and look for them. Xu Musen said this and began to search among the crowd. But at this moment, the girl was pushing her wheelchair and selling roses everywhere. The next moment, a tall figure wearing a lavender dress appeared in front of her. Those phoenix eyes, at this moment, were flashing with a complex and sharp luster, scanning her body. Finally, her eyes rested on the roses in her arms. These roses. Her eyes suddenly turned a little cold. Do you want flowers? At this moment, the girl took out a rose from her arms, as if she was unaware of the emotions of the person in front of her, and her voice remained clear and clean. She raised her head, holding a rose with a puppy pattern in her hand. Behind her messy hair, her eyes were bright and clear, and even Yao Mingyu's cold look was restrained in an instant. Where did you get these flowers? The girl seemed to have her secret discovered, and she immediately said with a guilty conscience, these flowers are very fresh, and they were only picked a day or two ago. Yao Mingyu looked at her and said, do you know the boy who just talked to you? The girl in the wheelchair thought of Xu Musen. She nodded and then shook her head. When Yao Mingyu saw her appearance and the wheelchair under her, she let down her guard a lot. These 2 days, she also chatted occasionally with her best friend. My best friend once said that if a boy suddenly changes his mind, it's probably because he met a new girl. Yao Mingyu had doubts about this reason. But she also has her own pride. It is not possible for ordinary people to compete with her for a man. Yao Mingyu looked into her clear eyes. She was silent for a moment, then took out a red bill from her wallet. I want all the remaining flowers. These flowers were given to her by Xu Musen. She could do whatever she wanted with them, but they couldn't fall into the hands of other girls. $100 is enough to buy a bigger bunch. But the girl in the wheelchair shook her head. Too little. Yao Mingyu frowned slightly. No, it's too much. The girl looked at the remaining roses and said, only $50 will do. I don't have any change, so that's it. Yao Mingyu stuffed the money into her hand, took the roses, and turned around to leave. Wait a minute. But the girl in the wheelchair held her back. She took out a very delicately sewn purse from her arms and took out some change from it. There were new and old notes, scattered here and there. She found two $20 notes, a $5 note, and 5 coins. It's what it's worth. Grandma said we shouldn't take advantage of others. The girl spoke seriously and handed the money in her hand to Yao Mingyu. Thank you for taking care of my business. You are a good person too. The wheelchair girl showed off her good guy card again, put her wallet back in her pocket, and then pushed her wheelchair away. Yao Mingyu looked at her figure, then looked at the change in her hand. She was lost in thought for a while. You are a good person too. Yao Mingyu silently withdrew her gaze. She never cared about how others evaluated her because she only cared about the final result. It's hers, no one can take it away from her. She turned and left. Xu Musen and He-cheong also searched hard but to no avail. At one exit of the square, the girl gently pushed her wheelchair, humming a song and seemed very satisfied with what she had gained today. At this moment, a black car stopped at the exit of the square, and a woman got out and waved at her with a smile. Nuan Nuan. Chapter 12, The Lickers Stop Licking, and the Smart IQs Take Over the High Ground. On Monday. It's time for class. Xu Musen got up and looked at the background of his phone. That night, the number of game users had exceeded 1,000. He stayed up late again yesterday and added hundreds of levels. This type of elimination game is based on randomness. Just changing a parameter can generate countless new levels, so it is very simple to design. Moreover, many players have already attracted a lot of new users overnight. It is estimated that starting today, some people will be able to withdraw cash one after another. By then, there will be another wave of advertisements. I have to say that although Pink 6ES red envelope model has always been criticized, it is really amazing that it has grasped the pain points of users. For 100 yuan, you can get someone to help you attract 100 new users directly, and indirectly spread the message to thousands of people. Where can I find such a cost-effective advertisement? This kind of dimensionality reduction marketing strategy is basically a random kill nowadays. Xu Musen was happily waiting for the first wave of funds to arrive. However, before the funds are in place, he still has to find a way to get some money and give out the money that has been collected to users who have invited others to give out red envelopes. Those first batch of users who received red envelopes of 100 yuan are the best brands. Even if Xu Musen didn't eat or drink, he couldn't delay paying the bills. Alas, where can I find such a good boss like myself? Xu Musen went out. In the past, he would go to Yao Mingyu's house and call her to go to school together, and then they would ride to school together. I have to say, it's really nice to be able to go to school in a BMW in the hot summer or winter. But now Xu Musen was afraid to avoid it and just walked out of the community. Anyway, there was a bus not far from the door. He walked ahead. The curtains of the room on the second floor of the villa were drawn open. Yao Mingyu gritted her teeth. She had gotten up early today just to wait for him to come and knock on the door at home. Watching his receding figure from the window, Yao Mingyu snorted coldly and went downstairs directly. Mingyu, aren't you waiting for Musen today? The nanny watched Yao Mingyu get into the car directly and asked a question. Who cares? If he wants to squeeze into the bus, let him do it. Yao Mingyu's voice was cold, but her clenched teeth still revealed the anger in her heart. You'd better never get in my car for the rest of your life. At this moment, Xu Musen had already put in his coin and got on the bus. Although private cars are safe and comfortable, buses are cheaper and do not require maintenance or manufacturing by yourself. Of course, if Xu Musen were given a choice, he would directly choose to form his own private racing team. Take whichever car you want. There were many students from the same school on the bus at this time. Seeing Xu Musen taking the bus, they couldn't help but whisper to each other. Isn't this Xu Musen? He actually took the bus as well. He must have fallen out of favor with Yao Mingyu. Har har, he embarrassed Yao Mingyu in public last week, so he must not be allowed to take a ride. Exactly. What kind of conditions does he have? He even has the nerve to say those words. Let me say that Yao Mingyu is giving him a New Year's gift by letting him smell the bitter tea seeds. Xu Musen acted as if he was oblivious to the sounds around him. For adolescent boys, half of their minds are filled with colors, and the other half is preparing to play with colors. Of course, there were also girls who secretly looked at Xu Musen. Although Xu Musen is Yao Mingyu's bootlicker. But his own hardware is also very good. He is 1.82 meters tall, with three-dimensional facial features. His originally non-mainstream bowl-cut hair was cut into a refreshing short hair, which made his originally clear eyes look even deeper. Even if he is a dog licker, he is still a handsome and attractive dog king. Ever since Xu Musen announced that he would not pursue Yao Mingyu, many girls have started to pay attention to Xu Musen again. Just then, outside the bus window, a red BMW drove up from behind. The car window had a slight crack. Yao Mingyu's pair of almond-shaped eyes carried a sense of oppression, and she instantly locked onto Xu Musen on the bus that was as crowded as a can of sardines. There were also a few girls who were close to him. Even in the middle of summer, these girls felt a little guilty and cold, and subconsciously kept a distance from Xu Musen. She glared at Xu Musen one last time, then rolled up the window and passed the bus. Xu Musen was a little helpless. This little yandere was obviously not willing to give up on him easily. It might be difficult for her to swallow her pride and do something to Xu Musen in public, but with these deathly glares from her every day, which girl would dare to approach her? After being reborn, Xu Musen doesn't plan to live out his life alone. Yao Mingyu, please don't occupy the toilet. No, you should occupy the handsome guy in one T. Let go. And it's really hard to find a girl who can match Yao Mingyu's temperament. However, the only thing that made Xu Musen feel a little relieved was that he found that some students on the bus were playing sheep catch a sheep. It seems that this game spreads very quickly among students. Arrived at school. In the bustling campus, the air seems to be filled with the scent of gardenia and hormones. Well, the heather tree should be extinct. Xu Musen. Hee-cheong had just arrived at the school gate and bumped into him on the shoulder. The game you made is so cool, my dad also played it and forwarded it to a fishing friend group, and he actually received a red envelope of 100 yuan. Hee-cheong was a little excited, and Xu Musen also smiled. Of course you can get it, I will not default on the money. Hee-cheong looked at him and whispered, then the money you have is not enough. I'm sure someone will be able to withdraw cash in the next 2 days. We'll just take it one step at a time. If things don't work out, I'll ask my family for help and tighten our belts. I'll have the first batch of funds in 10 days or half a month. Xu Musen estimated that based on the current data of this game, before the first batch of funds arrived, it would be good if there could be 30 or 40 successful withdrawals, and that would allow the game to survive. Hee-cheong nodded slightly and wanted to say something, but the bell for class had already rung. 2 people walked into the school. At this moment, at the school gate, a girl in a light pink dress slowly walked into the campus pushing a wheelchair. The moment Xu Musen stepped into the classroom, the originally noisy atmosphere in the class instantly became quieter. In the front row of the classroom, Yao Mingyu had her long hair tied into a ponytail, and the fair skin on her neck seemed to be able to reflect light. Monday is the day to wear school uniforms. The loose uniforms on others look like fashionable items on her. Her slender figure, which is far more than that of her peers, is enviable, and she occasionally talks to her bestie. A pair of almond-shaped eyes, unless they are in a yandere state, actually look really nice when they are slightly narrowed when smiling. After all, Yao Mingyu is really beautiful, and her every frown and smile has become the white moonlight that many boys in their youth love but cannot get. If it were in the past, Xu Musen would definitely be teased as soon as he entered the classroom. Xu Musen would also help Yao Mingyu wipe the table, get a cup of hot water and so on. But today, Xu Musen just glanced at her and sat in the back row with Hee-cheong. Everyone in the class looked at each other in bewilderment. Yao Mingyu still chatted with her best friend with a smile on her face. Xu Musen was also whispering to Hee-cheong. Everything seems to be particularly harmonious. It felt like these 2 people became the most familiar strangers overnight. Damn, Xu Musen, don't you think the atmosphere is weird? Hee-cheong could hardly bear these looks and said in a low voice. It's great. The students are very energetic and will be the future pillars of the country. Xu Musen laughed happily, compared to his previous life when he was locked in the room and tortured by Yao Mingyu until he was on the verge of collapse. This kind of awkward atmosphere is really cool now. He Cheong rolled his eyes and asked, "Are you talking nonsense to me?" Attend class. Xu Musen picked up the textbook and mock test paper, and suddenly realized another magical thing. Looking at the test questions on the paper, Xu Musen's mind seemed to integrate them automatically, and the optimal solution emerged in his mind. I heard that some people's brains can automatically generate a palace of knowledge from everything they have read, which can be accessed whenever needed. Xu Musen felt that his body and spirit after rebirth were much better than before. Maybe this is when the bootlickers begin to give up, and the smart IQs take over the high ground again. Ding tilde, your plug-in has been delivered tilde. Chapter 13, Studying to Avoid Being Kept by a Rich Woman. I still miss campus life. In the last 2 months or so, there was basically a mock exam every week. Xu Musen's grades have always been pretty good, but they have dropped a bit recently because he was busy licking Yao Mingyu. But the foundation is still there. In his previous life, he was afraid that his grades were not good enough and he would not be able to go to the same school as Yao Mingyu. But later he guessed that even if he really failed the college entrance examination, Yao Mingyu would still apply to the same school as him, secretly giving him a surprise and taking advantage of him. For Yao Mingyu, who has already achieved financial freedom, how can enrolling in a good school be more important than hugging her good husband? In a sense, she was quite sweet to Xu Musen. It's just that Xu Musen is really not worthy of her. If he wants to get rid of her, he has to get into one of the top schools and choose a different school from her. Xu Musen took a deep breath. Studying in order to avoid being supported by a rich woman. We men should be self-reliant. During class, Yao Mingyu always pretended to look back casually. In the past, when Xu Musen was in class, he always liked to stare at her back in a trance, and sometimes he even drooled. When she thought of this, Yao Mingyu felt particularly proud, but she didn't know how many times she looked back throughout the whole morning. But Xu Musen was concentrating on reading the book the whole morning, which made Yao Mingyu almost break the pen in her hand. Aren't I better looking than 2 chemical equations? At noon, it was time for lunch. Mariko, you're really good today. You've been studying all morning and you didn't even go to pee when I asked you to. He Cheong stretched his neck. My kidneys are healthy and I don't urinate frequently. Xu Musen also closed the book. Screw you. He Cheong said with a snort, after dinner, wait for me in the back garden of the playground. Xu Musen raised his eyebrows and looked at his good brother warily. Isn't that a place where young couples date? What are you doing? Get lost. I also have something important to tell you. Xu Musen smiled, closed the book and stood up. But his eyes just happened to meet Yao Mingyu. At lunchtime, Xu Musen always stuck to Yao Mingyu and ate lunch with her. But now, Xu Musen patted He Cheong on the shoulder and said, "Come on, Xiangzi, I'll treat you to chicken legs today." He Cheong also saw Yao Mingyu, who had a blank expression on her face at the moment, and the feeling of oppression was too strong. Sometimes it is really difficult to be my good brother. The brotherhood in He Cheong's heart. He suddenly covered his stomach and said, "No, I have frequent urination. I'm going to the toilet first, you go eat first." After saying that, He Cheong slipped away like a black catfish. Xu Musen. He saw a flash of pride in Yao Mingyu's eyes. She deliberately slowed down her pace and waited for Xu Musen to come and talk to her. Xu Musen looked normal. He went out directly from the back door and jogged all the way to the cafeteria. Yao Mingyu looked at his back and clenched her fists. Mingyu, I think he must be too embarrassed to talk to you. Boys are all very proud. Maybe he ran so fast just to save a seat for you in the restaurant. Liu Ruonan, my short-haired bestie, smiled and said, didn't he always reserve a seat for you every day to eat with you? Yao Mingyu's expression improved a little, but the girl's pride still made her snort. Who uses him to take up a seat? Although she said this, her steps became noticeably lighter as she started walking towards the cafeteria. In the high school cafeteria, the queues for food were as intense as those during the Normandy landings. As the saying goes, the little brat will eat his father to death. This age group is in the final sprint stage of growth and development, and their appetite is alarmingly large. Xu Musen ordered a barbecue rice and a chicken drumstick, then he took the plate and found a seat in a corner and started to show off his meal. Yao Mingyu and her bestie also entered the restaurant. Yao Mingyu's cold aura always made people subconsciously keep a distance from her. Especially the boys, Although they always like to bring up Yao Mingyu in their daily conversations, when they really meet her, they immediately blush and don't even have the courage to stand next to her. My short-haired girlfriend also benefited from this, so we basically never had to wait in long lines at the restaurant. Both of them ordered a bowl of tonkotsu ramen and a plate of fruit salad. Yao Mingyu can always spot Xu Musen in the crowd. Moreover, there was indeed an empty seat next to Xu Musen. You see, I said he was just embarrassed. The short-haired bestie spoke with a smile. Yao Mingyu also curled the corners of her lips slightly, and the two of them walked over and sat down directly. Of course, the bestie was tactful enough to sit one seat away from Xu Musen. Xu Musen was gnawing on a chicken leg at the moment, and he smelled a familiar fragrance at the tip of his nose. He knew who was coming without looking up. They're haunting. Xu Musen, as a boy, you shouldn't be so shy. If you want to reconcile with Mingyu, why don't you just apologize? Is there any need to be so awkward? The short-haired best friend took the initiative to speak for Yao Mingyu. Xu Musen was still chewing a chicken leg in his mouth. He glanced at Yao Mingyu in front of him. The other party still looked aloof. Why should I apologize? Xu Musen's gaze returned to the girl. Liu Ruonan was choked. You said such excessive words to Mingyu last week. Where's that too much? I've already admitted that I'm a toad, and I've respected her ideas and stopped pursuing her beyond my ability. Isn't that enough? Xu Musen's tone was calm, even with a hint of smile. Those who were ready to watch the fun were all stunned. Yao Mingyu bit her lips tightly, and looked at Xu Musen with her almond-shaped eyes narrowed. She really couldn't understand the person in front of her now. Her best friend Liu Ruonan was choked and speechless for a moment, and then she became a little indignant. You are a grown man, are you going to criticize me just because your confession failed? Obviously, if you just bow your head and apologize, you and Mingyu can still be friends, and aren't you even saving a seat for Mingyu? She also specifically stated. Who said I saved your seat? You guys obviously sat there by yourselves, so stop being so narcissistic, okay? Xu Musen found it funny, but also felt a little helpless. In the past, he and Yao Mingyu were always tied together when they came to the restaurant. Over time, everyone knew that Yao Mingyu would be within 3 steps of Xu Musen. So even if Xu Musen came to eat alone, there would always be 1 or 2 empty seats next to him that no one would grab. His words made Liu Ruonan and Yao Mingyu turn into clowns on the spot. It must be Harley Quinn. Yao Mingyu clenched the chopsticks tightly, almost breaking them, and stared at Xu Musen with her eyes. Liu Ruonan was so angry after being scolded in public. Xu Musen, are you a man? Even if you didn't succeed in your confession, you shouldn't be so insulting. Xu Musen thought it was too noisy. Half of the people in the restaurant looked over and he couldn't even eat in peace. He quickly shoveled the remaining rice into his mouth, then stood up and walked away with the plate. How could he do this, Mingyu you? Liu Ruonan was so angry that the freckles on her face turned red. Crack! The chopsticks in Yao Mingyu's hand broke. She looked at Xu Musen's back and almost couldn't control her emotions. Xu Musen, she recited to herself word by word. The people around looked at Yao Mingyu at this moment and then withdrew their gazes, not knowing what was going on. Hot summer. They all felt a little chilly, and thought that Xu Musen might suffer in the future. Chapter 14. I'm actually not stupid at all. The back garden of the school playground has been a must-go place for couples to date since ancient times. Xu Musen arrived here as promised, found a quiet corner and sat on a bench waiting. Not long after, He Chung came running over panting and wiped the sweat from his forehead. In such a hot summer day, he even put on a coat. Are you okay? Why are you wearing a coat when it's so hot? Xu Musen looked at him and said. Keep your voice down. He Chung took a breath and looked around like a thief. After making sure that no one was around, he continued, Hey, let me show you a nice treasure. As He Chung spoke, he began to take off his coat. Fuck. I don't like this. Xu Musen got goosebumps as he watched his actions that exposed him as a pervert. Screw you. He Chung cursed, took off his coat, took out a tightly wrapped envelope from his coat and handed it to him. What is this? Xu Musen took it subconsciously and felt it, money. He Chung wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, I know you need money to pay for the red envelopes in the early stage. This is all the New Year's money and pocket money I have saved. You can use it for emergency first. Xu Musen's hand paused for a moment. The envelope probably weighed about 7 or 8,000 yuan. Although He Chong's family was well off, his family would not let him spend money carelessly. For today's students, it was good enough to have 100 yuan pocket money a week. 7 or 8,000 is definitely a huge sum of money. I guess He Chong really spent all the money he had saved to buy shorts. Looking at his good friend in front of him, Xu Musen really didn't know what to say for a moment. Where did you get so much money? Don't worry, I didn't borrow it from my family. I sold a few fishing rods I didn't use. You can use them without worry. He Chong said it very casually. But Xu Musen knew that this guy loved fishing rods more than beautiful women. For He Chong, the money from selling fishing rods was almost the same as selling his wife. It won't take that much. I can get it back in a few days. Xu Musen was touched, but he didn't want his good friend to live on dirt for the next few days. It's already been sold, so you can just return it to me later if you don't need it. He Chong waved his hand. Don't be so hesitant like a woman. Xu Musen held the envelope, and he came back to his senses and smiled. What if I lose money? If I lose, I lose. At most I'll just pay it back with my own kidney. He Chong sighed. Xu Musen laughed, stretched out his hand and patted his good brother on the shoulder. Don't worry, if I don't help you get rich in this life, I will be sorry for myself. And I also believe in one sentence. What? When you are in trouble, it is not only your wife who can help you, but your brothers can also help you sometimes. He Chong ran out to get money at noon. He hadn't eaten yet, so he went to prepare some food. Xu Musen took a look at the envelope and sure enough, there were about $7,000 or $8,000 in it. Xu Musen will have a lot of places to spend money next. The sound effects and style of the game need to be improved, which are not something that programmers can handle. Xu Musen took out a card from his pocket with a cute cat head on it. After returning, he looked at it carefully and found that there seemed to be a signature in the cat's pupils. But this clue is really useless. Why can't we just leave our QQ number or mobile phone number? Xu Musen sighed. It was lunchtime soon and he was too lazy to go back to class. Whenever he showed up, he would hear gossip everywhere, which made him upset. He was lying on a bench in the garden courtyard, looking at the cat illustration in his hand. I have to say that the style of painting is really cute and it makes people feel comfortable just looking at it. What a pity. I don't know if I can still find that girl. The shadows of the trees were mottled, and Xu Musen held up the illustration to block the sunlight, preparing to take a nap. The leaves on the ground rustled as they were crushed, and they danced along with the white dress, while a faint fragrance drifted into the nose along with the afternoon breeze. Who are you looking for? A voice without much emotion, but very pleasant and clean, flowed into Xu Musen's ears like a clear spring. Looking for a pretty but silly girl who sits in a wheelchair. Xu Musen responded subconsciously, but his body suddenly paused, and he slowly lowered the cat illustration that blocked his view. Before my eyes, there is a pair of peach blossom eyes that reveal a clear and silly luster. They are just like the eyes in the cat illustrations, big and cute, and a little naive. She blinked, her long hair still hanging down. When she saw that it was Xu Musen's face, her eyes lit up. Hey, it's you. It's you? Xu Musen was so excited that he sat up directly, and the two heads almost touched each other. He had been thinking about it just now, but he didn't expect to see it in the blink of an eye. Xu Musen subconsciously grabbed her sleeve and said, "Don't think about running away so quickly this time." The girl blinked her eyes, looked at Xu Musen, then looked down at her wheelchair. "I can't run. Sorry, I got a little excited." Xu Musen quickly let go and looked at the girl in front of him carefully again. "I noticed that the skirt she was wearing today was similar to the one I saw her wearing that day. It looked very simple, but the fabric seemed to be of good quality. Of course, the only thing that remained unchanged was her cute look." "Are you a student here too?" "Yeah." The girl nodded, then stopped talking and kept staring at Xu Musen. "Why did you come to this place?" Xu Musen asked again. The girl was holding a pink lunch box in her arms. She raised it and said, "Come and have lunch. Why don't you eat in the cafeteria? My grandma told me to try not to eat with everyone else, or else I'd get criticized." The girl seemed to answer whatever was asked. Xu Musen was certain in his heart again. She wears simple clothes, sits in a wheelchair, sells flowers by herself at night, and brings her own lunch to school. It is obvious that her family is not well off and she saves as much as she can. I also have to worry about my classmates finding out about my poor meals and laughing at me. Xu Musen felt sympathy for them, as they were all people who were troubled by money. Thinking of this, Xu Musen picked up the cat illustration and asked, "Did you draw this yourself?" After seeing the illustration, the girl's eyes, which had been calm until now, finally showed a little bit of embarrassment. "The drawing is very good. Actually, I have a job that I would like to cooperate with you. Please help me draw some cartoon characters of cats and dogs. I will give you a copy of the draft." Xu Musen thought about it for a while, then held up 5 fingers. "How about I give you $50? Because he needs a lot of cartoon characters, just like QQ emoticon packages, one character must have different mood expressions, and each one is considered a draft. 50 may not seem like a lot, but it would be a considerable amount of money if you buy a set. Moreover, for students, 50 yuan a day pocket money is not a small amount, and the more you work, the more you earn." 50. The girl snapped her fingers, as if she had no idea about money, and just murmured, "It's about the same as selling roses for a night." "Yes, and you don't have to work so hard. The more you work, the more you earn. This way, you can support yourself and eat in the cafeteria with your classmates." Xu Musen looked at her dazed look, smiled and wanted to quickly trick this cash cow into his hands. Being self-reliant. The girl seemed to be particularly concerned about this word. She raised her head and looked at Xu Musen with sparkling eyes. "Don't lie to me. A liar is a puppy." Xu Musen spoke with a smile. The girl thought about it, then she stretched out her white little finger towards Xu Musen. "Make a pinky promise." In the sunshine, the girl raised her fair cheeks, and the sunlight fell on her hair, dyeing it sacred and pure. "Childish. If I really want to deceive you, what's the point of making a pinky promise?" Xu Musen's heart, which was somewhat numb to emotions, was touched. He smiled, stretched out his hand and hooked his little finger with hers. "It's a deal then. We'll meet here tomorrow. I'm looking forward to our first cooperation." Xu Musen nodded with a smile. Looking at the lunchbox in the girl's hand, he decided not to delay her eating. Xu Musen turned around and was about to turn the corner when he suddenly turned back and asked, "By the way, what's your name?" The wheelchair girl was holding a lunchbox, the breeze blew through her hair, and her perfect face was faintly visible. "My name is a Nuanuan, a warm and caring Nuanuan." Xu Musen muttered to himself, and sure enough, just like the style of the painting, it was a very warm name. He turned around and prepared to leave, but the girl suddenly spoke again. "Also, I'm not stupid at all. Most of the time I'm very smart." Xu Musen looked back at her serious yet silly expression, couldn't help but burst out laughing, waved his hand, turned and left. The girl in the wheelchair watched his back disappear before she opened her lunchbox. In the sunlight, her lunchbox seemed to sparkle. Chapter 15, Their Former Mother-in-Law Who Loves to Wear Cheongsam. After school. Throughout the entire day, Xu Musen and Yao Mingyu seemed to be in a real Cold War. Ever since the incident at the restaurant, both of them started to ignore each other. Xu Musen was of course the happiest one. After school. Yao Mingyu got into the car as soon as she left the school gate. This time she didn't even have the chance to apologize to Xu Musen and just let the nanny drive away. "Mariko, I also heard about what happened in the restaurant at noon today. Your words were quite harsh. It seems that it will not be easy for you two to reconcile." He-cheon said with a sigh. Xu Musen smiled and said, "Brother, I just want to make money now. After all, I still owe you a huge sum of money. Take your time. I'm not rushing you to pay it back." The two were chatting when a girl pushing a wheelchair just walked out of the school gate. "Oh my god! Isn't this the girl who sold flowers that day?" When He-cheon saw this, he immediately patted him on the shoulder. "I know. We've met before." Xu Musen smiled and walked over to greet the girl, student in Nuanuan. The girl raised her head and nodded at him. There is a card slot on the automatic door at the school gate, and it is a bit difficult for the wheelchair to pass through. A Nuanuan tried hard to push it out. Xu Musen walked over, gently held the handle of the wheelchair, and helped her push it over. "Thanks. We are now partners, as we should be." Xu Musen responded with a smile. "Partner." A Nuanuan muttered this word and looked up at Xu Musen. "Does that mean we are friends?" "Certainly." Xu Musen nodded. He looked at the road outside, then at a Nuanuan. "Are you going home alone?" A Nuanuan's clear eyes turned for a moment, and finally nodded. "Yeah." "Is it far from school?" It would be better to take the bus in this season. It's okay, I'll be home soon. And Nuanuan pursed her lips and slightly grasped the corners of her clothes with her hands, seeming a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Xu Musen sighed inwardly, fearing that this girl was not willing to even take a $1 bus ride. Xu Musen didn't say much. He thought for a moment, reached into his arms, and while no one was looking at him, he took out $100 and stuffed it into the girl's hand. Give me money to do it. And Nuanuan blinked. Xu Musen hushed and moved closer to her. Didn't we agree to cooperate? This is my deposit to you. I look forward to seeing your work tomorrow. The two people got close enough that they could smell each other's fragrance. And Nuanuan looked down at his big hand that was covering her palm in order to stuff the money into it, and she suddenly felt a little hot on her face. Oh. She nodded slightly. Xu Musen also distanced himself in time and waved at her. Then I'll leave too. See you tomorrow. Well, see you tomorrow. And Nuanuan looked at him shaking his hand, and a gleam of light appeared in her cute eyes. And Nuanuan pushed the wheelchair around a corner of the school, where there was a quiet path. A low-key black business car was waiting early. When a Nuanuan appeared, a woman who looked like a housekeeper came down. Nuan. The woman smiled and pressed the button of the business car. The side seat automatically extended out of the car and slowly fell down. The woman helped a Nuanuan sit on it and automatically entered the car. After getting in the car, the woman looked at a Nuanuan from the rearview mirror and said with a smile, "It seems that Nuanuan is in a good mood today. What good things happened to you?" And Nuanuan nodded and said, "I found another job today. I didn't hope you picked up any flowers again. Your grandparents are worried every night when you go out." The woman smiled helplessly. "No, someone wants to spend money to buy the paintings I drew." "Oh." The woman was now a little curious. "How much is it?" He said 51 manuscripts. 500,000, not bad. Who is the other party? The woman asked again with a little vigilance. It's either 500,000 or 50. He is the boy who gets rejected every time he confesses his love. And Nuanuan took out the 100 yuan deposit that Xu Musen had stuffed into her hand and said, "He even gave me the deposit directly." The woman looked back at the red bill in her hand, and her mind froze for a moment. If there is no 10,000, then it's just $1. 50 yuan for a painting, not bad for an ordinary junior high school student. But for a Nuanuan, who has been painting since childhood and has become well known in the industry a few years ago, is 50 yuan enough for the paint? But when the woman looked at a Nuanuan's happy expression, she couldn't say anything for a moment. Her family sent her here to study so that she could integrate into society earlier. Even a Nuanuan's family supports her in her creative ideas and her desire to make money on her own. Moreover, the boy who was rejected every time he confessed his love. The woman picked up Nuanuan from school every day, so she naturally met him a few times. The flowers that a Nuanuan sells are picked up from people's discarded flowers. Thinking of this little boy, the woman's guard relaxed a little. After all, what bad intentions could a bootlicker have? I hope Nuanuan is happy. The woman finally shook her head, smiled, and drove away. Along the way, Xu Musen found that many students on the bus started playing sheep catch a sheep. Games are one of the reasons, and another reason is that the 100 yuan red packet for inviting people is too tempting for students. The background of Xu Musen's mobile phone also reminds people to withdraw cash from time to time. Xu Musen took the money given by Hicheng and went to the bank window to deposit it all. As a result, as soon as I deposited the money, 500 or 600 was withdrawn. Xu Musen is feeling the pain. When I got home, my parents were not there. On the table was the note and $20. Your dad and I worked overtime today. I left you the money to buy whatever you want to eat. Xu Musen went into the room, turned on the computer and continued to optimize the game program. There are already 2,000 to 3,000 users logged in, so it's basically certain that this Partner S event will take first place. If you just hold on for a few more days, you will be able to successfully earn your first pot of gold. Night falls. Xu Musen stretched, turned off his computer and prepared to go out to buy some midnight snacks. He bought a chicken drumstick and a serving of fried rice noodles. Just returned to the gate of the community. A red Bentley drove in from the door. Hey, Komori. The Bentley window rolled down and an intellectual and elegant voice was heard. Xu Musen, who was gnawing on a chicken leg, turned around and met a pair of almond-shaped eyes that were the same as Yao Mingyu's. However, these eyes are less sharp and more graceful. Her face is also a very standard oval face, which does not look old even when she is older. What's more, her skin is well maintained, there are no wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, her nose is high, and her red lips are like a blooming rose. Mom, Aunt Liu. Xu Musen almost called the wrong name subconsciously and quickly changed his words. Liu Rushuang pursed her lips slightly, and a strange light flashed in her almond-shaped eyes. I just called your mom. Come to your aunt's house for dinner today. We haven't eaten together for a long time. I've already bought all of this. Although Xu Musen had a good impression of his former mother-in-law, her family had caused too much psychological trauma to Xu Musen. I haven't eaten yet. I haven't seen you for a long time. Just think of it as accompanying auntie, okay? Liu Rushuang's every frown and smile carried an extremely mature charm. When she leaned against the car window, she really looked pitiful. Xu Musen. Can you two, mother and daughter, change your personalities? In the end, Xu Musen got in the car and went over together. The entrance of the villa. Liu Rushuang got out of the car to get something from the trunk, and Xu Musen took the initiative to help carry it. Oh, Xiao Sen has grown up and knows how to feel sorry for others. Liu Rushuang smiled and reached out to rub his head. Liu Rushuang likes to wear cheongsam very much. Today she wore a light blue cheongsam, even though she is obviously a mother. But there was not a trace of fat on her face, and even her exposed arms and neck were no less fair and delicate than those of a young girl. Moreover, her graceful and mature body curves are beyond the reach of young girls. At this moment, the door of the villa was opened, and Yao Mingyu stood behind the door. Her pair of almond-shaped eyes were faintly shining with a hint of danger. He stared closely at his mother's intimate gesture of stroking Xu Musen's head. Xu Musen. This yandere is hopeless. Chapter 16, Aloof and Yandere. Bus Nymphomaniac. This is the first time I have come to Yao Mingyu's house since my rebirth. At the dining table, Liu Rushuang intentionally or unintentionally arranged for the two of them to sit together. Yao Mingyu seemed to still be in the Cold War, holding her cheek and turning away, deliberately not looking at him. But the little feet under the table, wearing only sandals, were already moving around excitedly. Xu Musen felt very uncomfortable. The two of them just looked at each other and ignored each other, but Yao Mingyu had unknowingly moved her chair closer and closer to him. Anyone who got close could smell her deep, faint scent, similar to the fragrance of some flower. Liu Rushuang held her cheeks and looked at the two silent people with interest. I've been on a business trip for a while. How are you guys doing lately? Only then did Xu Musen and Yao Mingyu glance at each other. Yao Mingyu turned her head away and said nothing. Xu Musen coughed dryly, it's fine, just like before. Yao Mingyu clenched her fist. Same as before? Can you be the same as before? How can it be the same as before? I thought you two went to and from school together every day, and that we could make some progress. Liu Rushuang smiled and pretended to be a little disappointed. Yao Mingyu paused, and her cheeks turned slightly red, which she couldn't help. Xu Musen was choked and felt a little reluctant. Auntie, don't joke, there is nothing else between Mingyu and me. Yao Mingyu gritted her teeth and resisted the urge to respond. Liu Rushuang saw the reactions of both of them, and some thoughts flashed across her eyes. She smiled and asked back, what I mean is that since you two are going to school together, your grades should have improved. What are you two thinking about? Xu Musen gritted his teeth and said, I am also thinking about the results. Liu Rushuang chuckled and patted her chest gently, that's good. In fact, you are old enough to be interested in the opposite sex. It's normal to fall in love. You will go to college soon, and there will be many opportunities in the future. Liu Rushuang's words seemed to have a hint of something, but she didn't say it clearly. To some extent, the fishing skills of this mother and daughter are better than He Qiang's. Poor Xu Musen, he was played around by this mother and daughter in his previous life. The nanny brought the food, a table filled with seafood delicacies. Now that Xu Musen is here, he no longer acts pretentiously. In the past, the two families lived next door to each other and often ate together. If Yao Mingyu was a normal girl, they might really be able to live happily for the rest of their lives. But when Xu Musen occasionally looked back, he saw Yao Mingyu cutting a Russian sausage elegantly. She glanced at Xu Musen slightly, curled the corners of her mouth, raised the knife and cut it in half. Xu Musen swallowed his saliva, thinking back to his past life, and lowered his head to continue eating. This is what it's like to have dinner together as a family," Liu Rushuan said with a smile and added more dishes to both of them. But when Yao Mingyu saw Liu Rushuan using the chopsticks that she had put in her mouth to add more food to Xu Musen's dish, she still felt a little resentful subconsciously. Xu Musen sighed in his heart. "You act as your daughter's wingman, but your daughter treats you as her love rival. Such filial piety." Liu Rushuan kept talking, and the meal was spent in a somewhat weird yet lively atmosphere. "By the way, it's almost summer, so I bought some clothes for both of you. Take a look." Liu Rushuan gave each of them a shopping bag with several sets of clothes in it. However, Xu Musen just took a glance. "Isn't this a couple-S outfit? It's not that obvious, but the color and brand are the same. Auntie, I don't think it's necessary." "How can that be possible? I've already taken off the tag, so I can't return it." Xu Musen smiled bitterly in his heart. If the two of them went out wearing couple outfits again, they would probably be drowned by the spit of the people eating melons in the school. "What's wrong? You don't like it? Do you think my taste is too old-fashioned?" Liu Rushuan looked very hurt and blinked pitifully at Xu Musen. "Of course not, it's just..." Then don't be polite to your aunt." Liu Rushuan interrupted Xu Musen and continued speaking while supporting her chin. "Actually, auntie also wants to trouble Xiaosen with something. Starting tomorrow, Xiaosong will also go on a business trip with me, so there will be no one to take care of Mingyu at home, so..." Xu Musen had a blank expression on his face but felt that a disaster was about to happen, whereas Yao Mingyu's eyes lit up slightly. "So, for the next period of time, Mingyu will have her meals at Xiaosen's house, and we will continue to go to school together every day. Is that okay with you, Xiaosen?" Liu Rushuan smiled intellectually and elegantly, but Xu Musen had dug a deep hole for her. This is not asking for help at all. It's about the friendship between the two families and the incident that happened many years ago. The family will definitely agree to take care of the other party's children. Yao Mingyu's eyes were shining, and the excitement hidden deep inside could no longer be suppressed. Xu Musen smiled bitterly in his heart, but he could only smile on the surface. No problem. After dinner, Xu Musen quickly slipped back. In the villa, the mother and daughter looked at each other for a while. Liu Rushuan took the initiative to speak. "Mingyu, are you and Xiaosen having a quarrel?" "Who is having a quarrel with him?" Yao Mingyu's voice was indifferent. But Liu Rushuan laughed. "How can mom not understand you? Your emotions are written all over your face. What do you think of Xiaosen?" Yao Mingyu's eyes moved, but when she thought of Xu Musen's various behaviors in the past 2 days, she was so angry that she didn't want to speak. Liu Rushuan saw everything. She smiled and said, "As a person who has been through this, I just want to tell you that girls can't push boys too hard, otherwise boys won't be able to bear the pressure. Of course, you can't be too reserved. If you always let your temper run wild and keep waiting for the other person to give in, you may really miss a lot. Sometimes you have to learn to be more proactive. After all, my Mingyu is so pretty, how could a boy not like her?" Liu Rushuan looked at her daughter and gave her all her love outside of work. Yao Mingyu listened silently for a long time, and some changing emotions appeared in her eyes. She nodded slightly, her eyes flickering. Liu Rushuan also rubbed her daughter's head with satisfaction. Ever since her husband passed away unexpectedly, she has given her last bit of warmth to her daughter. She doesn't worry about her daughter's academic performance, she only hopes that she can have someone to accompany her for the rest of her life. However, Liu Rushuan still underestimated her daughter's inner feelings. Yao Mingyu listened to her words, but only half of them, and she strengthened this half infinitely. The next day, as soon as Xu Musen got up, he heard a lot of noise in the living room. Liu Rushuan came and was chatting with Xu's father and mother. I guess she was talking about helping to take care of Yao Mingyu. What surprised Xu Musen was that Yao Mingyu was also there. She was wearing the same couple outfit from yesterday, a refreshing short-sleeved shirt and an above-the-knee skirt. Her legs were as slender and straight as chopsticks, without a trace of sweat hair, and were as white and smooth as a piece of warm jade. The short-sleeved shirt was held up by her beautiful figure to create a perfect curve, and her long hair was combed into a long ponytail. The delicate cheeks are already stunningly beautiful without any makeup. I have to say that such a quiet Yao Mingyu is really the most unattainable white moonlight in the youth of countless boys. Xu Musen had been deceived by her appearance before. Xiao Sen, get up. Hurry up and put on the clothes your aunt gave you and get ready for school. Liu Rushuang said with a smile. The clothes haven't been washed yet. It was already washed when I brought it. Well, facing the gazes of the whole family, Xu Musen knew that he couldn't go out today without wearing this outfit. Although my parents never directly accepted Liu Rushuang's help. However, Liu Rushuang secretly gave money to others to invest in her father's company, and the family's business gradually started to improve. Xu Musen learned about these things later, and he was still grateful to his mother-in-law. Never mind, just bear with it for this day. Xu Musen wore the same short-sleeved t-shirt and shorts. Liu Rushuang was quite generous and the design and fabric of the clothes were very good. Xu Musen and Yao Mingyu stood together, one was cold and beautiful, the other was tall and handsome, they were really a good match. Both Xu's father and mother couldn't help but nod in their hearts. If their son really got together with Yao Mingyu in the future, they would have one less thing to worry about. Liu Rushuang narrowed her eyes and smiled. Xiao Sen is getting more and more handsome. Okay, let's chat for a while. You guys should go to school quickly so as not to be late. Two people were pushed out the door. There was silence all the way. Xu Musen wanted to take the bus to go to school quickly. But he found that Yao Mingyu had actually followed him out of the community. Xu Musen couldn't help himself after all. Aren't you going to take the car? Although this sentence sounded a bit disdainful, it was he who took the initiative to speak after all. Yao Mingyu's lips curved slightly. Aunt Song is going on a business trip with mom, so I have to take the bus too. Xu Musen felt that she definitely did it on purpose. Yao Mingyu is a bit of a germaphobe. In crowded places like buses, she would rather take a taxi than take the bus. The bus is coming. Xu Musen got into the car first and stood in the corner, holding the logo of his clothes with one hand, for fear that people would mistake them for couple outfits. But Yao Mingyu had a smile on her face, as if everything was under control. After getting in the car, she stood beside Xu Musen with an expressionless face. Vehicle start. Xu Musen tried hard to keep his distance, but if he moved a little, Yao Mingyu would squeeze closer to him. There is so much space next to it. Xu Musen was already pressed against the car window, and Yao Mingyu finally left him a little space. This made Xu Musen breathe a sigh of relief. Let's just leave it at that for now. Next time he must get up earlier so as not to miss this bus. But as the car started to shake, Xu Musen suddenly felt a soft body touching him, and his strong and firm buttocks. Was he groped? Xu Musen looked incredulous. He turned around and looked at Yao Mingyu, who had a blank expression on her face except for a slight smile at the corners of her mouth, and pretended to stand firm again. I didn't stand firmly and my hand slipped. Chapter 17. Are girls nowadays so proactive? Anyone who has a girlfriend knows this. In fact, after falling in love, boys have perky buttocks because they are born with well-developed thigh muscles. Boys actually look tighter and more curvaceous, so they often suffer from the abuse of their girlfriends. In his previous life, whenever Yao Mingyu patted him, Xu Musen knew it was time to change his move. Alas, it's all tears if I say too much, it's just Qiangang. Ever since they got on the bus, many eyes were on them, especially Yao Mingyu. There were many classmates from the same school on the bus. Isn't this Yao Mingyu? She actually took the bus too. Isn't she usually picked up and dropped off by a BMW? I guess they just want to experience life. I don't think so. Do you think Xu Musen is by her side? Eh? Their clothes seem to be of the same brand and they match well. Could it be that they have reconciled again? Har har, it must be that Xu Musen, the bootlicker, couldn't stand it anymore, so he took the initiative to buy clothes to apologize. Look, he still wants to stand with Yao Mingyu. Their faint sound echoed in the car. Xu Musen wanted to curse. How deeply rooted was his image as a bootlicker in people's hearts? Look carefully, who is the one who wants to get together with whom? However, Yao Mingyu couldn't help the curve of her lips at this moment, and her almond-shaped eyes were filled with a cunning and complacent gleam. She suddenly felt that the feeling of taking the initiative was unexpectedly quite good. Xu Musen ignored her. But the buses are always crowded during the morning rush hour. Yao Mingyu's powerful aura made the boys around her dare not approach her, and only the girls could squeeze in. When she saw a girl getting close to Xu Musen, she would frown and quietly occupy the space. This resulted in Yao Mingyu taking the opportunity to touch him every time the vehicle started or stopped. Xu Musen had no way to shout. First, it was too embarrassing for a grown man like him to be molested and it would be known to others. Secondly, no one would believe it. You are a bootlicker, so how can a cool girl take advantage of you? Even if he was caught in the act, there would be a group of boys saying he was ungrateful and was touching me. So sad. It was only 3 stops away, but for the first time, Xu Musen felt it was so unbearable. Finally arrived at the station. Xu Musen turned around and met Yao Mingyu's lips, which still had a happy smile on it. What do you want to do? Yao Mingyu looked at him like this, as if she was particularly satisfied. She turned around and left without saying a word. The people around were watching the fun. Sure enough, Xu Musen couldn't help but talk to her, but Yao Mingyu ignored him. Har 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 har. Question mark. Xu Musen was so angry that he laughed. Okay, this is how you play it, right? I can't afford to provoke you, but I can't afford to hide from you. Classroom. As the two people entered the classroom, many students noticed that the styles and brands of clothes they wore were very similar, like couple outfits. He-chung came over and couldn't help asking, Senzi, are you and Yao Mingyu reconciled again? Why are you wearing clothes? I bought it at home. It just happened by chance. Xu Musen looked calm. Anyway, everyone knows that the two of them are childhood sweethearts, so it's normal for them to go shopping for clothes together at home. But obviously, for these students who love gossip, the more they explain, the worse it gets. But Yao Mingyu didn't explain anything today and just let the gossip spread. It was not until noon that Xu Musen went to the restaurant to eat. As a result, Yao Mingyu and her best friend sat opposite him with their food trays. Both of them were silent, but they were wearing clothes that looked like couple outfits, and Yao Mingyu would laugh from time to time. It's enough to make everyone start imagining the plot. Even Yao Mingyu skillfully picked up a sausage from her plate and gave it to Xu Musen. Before Xu Musen could react, she and her best friend took the plates and left again. Feeling the jealous eyes of the boys around me. Xu Musen knew the common tactics used by this little yandere. She still didn't express her opinion, but she made some intimate actions from time to time, so that others would subconsciously think that the two had reconciled. It can even make people more imaginative. Xu Musen had a headache, but he didn't care about it anymore. After he went to college, this trick would naturally fail on its own. After Xu Musen finished his meal, he went to the back garden of the playground. Walking to this secluded path, Xu Musen saw the familiar wheelchair and the light-colored long skirt under the mottled shadows of the trees. The girl was still eating, her cheeks still bulging, chewing slowly, her eyes a little dull, but she was eating very seriously. Xu Musen did not go over to disturb her. As a modern person, he always carries his mobile phone with him. Most people have to watch TV, watch their mobile phone, or chat while eating in order to concentrate on their meal. But it's really rare to see her eating so seriously, as if she was fighting for the food. Xu Musen sat down on a bench more than 10 meters away from her, looking at her puffy cheeks and cute expression. She really looked like a squirrel with its mouth full of peanuts. So cute. Xu Musen couldn't help but smile, and Nuanuan also put the last bite of rice into her mouth. She had just put away the lunchbox when she saw Xu Musen smiling at her. Looks like you. She seemed to have no idea what a ladylike image was, and she spoke while chewing. Xu Musen walked over and said, I saw you were enjoying your meal just now, so I didn't want to disturb you. Oh, you? I just finished eating in the cafeteria too. The cafeteria? Is the food in the cafeteria delicious? And Nuanuan seemed very curious about the food in the student cafeteria. Xu Musen looked at her. Actually, the food in the student cafeteria was only average in taste, but it was cheaper with subsidies. But the girl in front of me probably wouldn't even want to eat in the cafeteria. Xu Musen felt pity for her and said with a smile, it's not delicious at all. I still like home-cooked meals, but my family is busy and it's not convenient for me to bring food. Oh. And Nuanuan nodded and took a sip of water from the cup. By the way, are you ready for the painting we talked about yesterday? Xu Musen asked. Yeah, it's done. When talking about this new job, Nuanuan's eyes lit up and she took out a hard paper bag from the pocket of her wheelchair. When I opened it, I saw that there were already 3 drafts inside, a cat, a dog, and a squirrel. They all have very cute styles, with big, adorable eyes, and are very suitable for icons for this kind of elimination game. How is it? And Nuanuan took out a bunch of grapes from somewhere, ate them, and asked expectantly. Yeah, very good. Xu Musen smiled and nodded, then turned around to look at her. The two of them were very close to each other, and Nuanuan seemed a little nearsighted. She leaned forward, and because of the height difference between them, her delicate little face seemed to be resting on Xu Musen's shoulder. When Xu Musen turned around, he met her beautiful peach blossom eyes and her chubby cheeks supported by grapes. And Nuanuan always has her long hair down, which usually covers her facial features, but when you look at her from such a close distance, she is really beautiful, not inferior to Yao Mingyu. Moreover, she seemed to be a little naive. Her fair face and pink lips, which were filled with the crystal juice of grapes, were particularly sweet and tempting. Xu Musen swallowed subconsciously. And Nuanuan's eyes were clear. She heard Xu Musen swallowing his saliva. Instead of being shy, she moved her pink lips and even moved closer to him. Would you like to try some too? Xu Musen was stunned for a moment, looking at the corner of her lips close at hand. Are all girls nowadays so direct? Well, try it. Chapter 18. There are always naughty girls who want me. While Xu Musen was still daydreaming, and Nuanuan picked up a grape and stuffed it directly into his mouth. The sweet grape juice bursts in your mouth, the flesh is very tender, very sweet, and has a strong grape flavor. I feel that they are countless times more delicious than the grapes bought on the market. But Xu Musen was thinking in his heart. That's it? Shouldn't it be a bite? Is it not tasty? And Nuanuan saw that he looked a little regretful and asked with blinking eyes. It's delicious. Where did you buy it? Xu Musen coughed dryly and changed the subject. I grow them myself at home, including pomegranates, persimmons and the like. I see. No wonder it's so sweet. Xu Musen nodded, thinking that Nuanuan's family might live in the suburbs and have a vegetable garden at home. If you like it, I'll bring you some tomorrow. And Nuanuan said this with some happiness. That's too much trouble. No, Grandma said that you can't be stingy with your friends. And Nuanuan looked so serious that the people who saw her couldn't bear to refuse. Thank you in advance. Xu Musen spoke with a smile, feeling that it was quite nice to have such a cute and innocent friend. Since you treat me as a friend, I won't hide it from you. In fact, I want your painting because I want to use it as an anime character for a game. It is very likely to make a lot of money in the future. But I don't have much money in my pocket right now, so I can only give you this much. How about I give you dividends when I make money? Although Xu Musen loves money, he also knows that the wolf culture is about giving employees meat to eat. You want your employees to work hard for you without doing anything but working for you. You even want them to compensate for training fees when they leave. Isn't that a capitalist who should be hung on a street lamp? If others heard the boss say this, they would definitely be so happy that they would pop open a bottle of champagne on the spot. But Nuanuan paused while chewing the grapes, and her eyes became a little alert for a moment. Are you just making up a rosy picture for me? I've seen it on TV. Those unscrupulous bosses use excuses like this when they don't want to pay their employees. And Nuanuan snorted. It seemed that whenever she got excited, she would speak in a Sichuan accent. Don't play tricks on me. I'm a smart person. I won't lose a penny of my salary. Xu Musen looked at her and almost spat out the grape seeds in his mouth. He smiled and took out 3 red bills from his arms and handed them to her. Okay, this is the balance I'll give you, plus tomorrow's deposit. Are you relieved now? And Nuanuan stretched out her little hand to take it, then pulled out another one and said, You gave too much. The extra amount can be used as a deposit. Aren't you going to bring me some grapes anyway? The grapes are because we are friends and cannot be sold for money. And Nuanuan is very clear about the division of money. What is hers is definitely hers, and what is not hers she doesn't want any. Although she is a little silly, she is a girl with a bottom line. Xu Musen became more and more interested in her. After school, Xu Musen walked out of the school gate to wait for the bus, and Yao Mingyu followed him like a shadow. Xu Musen always felt that his position was in danger. He turned around and looked at her, whispering, Are you still coming? Yao Mingyu raised her lips and said, The bus is not owned by your family, so why can't I take it? The people around also looked over. Xu Musen ignored her. This kind of yandere, the more you pay attention to her, the more excited she becomes. But this time, Yao Mingyu was particularly honest and arrived at the community smoothly. But Yao Mingyu still followed him. From today on, I will eat at your house. There was some amusement in Yao Mingyu's tone, and an expression that showed that everything was under control. Xu Musen also remembered Liu Rushuan's arrangement. He knew that this was a trap set by the other party, but he could do nothing about it. Whatever you want. When Xu Musen returned home, he found his mother alone at home. There were already several dishes prepared on the table, including 1 or 2 seafood dishes. Auntie. Before Xu Musen could even call out, Mom, Yao Mingyu called her auntie affectionately. My mother leaned out from the kitchen and smiled when she saw the two of them. Xiao Yu is here, come in and sit down, auntie will be ready for dinner soon. Yes, auntie, let me help too. Yao Mingyu behaved in a well-behaved and enthusiastic manner, and didn't look like a spoiled young lady at all. But these were all pretense. Xu Musen knew that in her previous life, in order to get him, she put on a whole show in front of his family. Xiao Yu is a guest, how can she go into the kitchen? Auntie can do it herself. I have loved eating the meals cooked by my aunt since I was a child. It's like we are family. Yes, we are all family. Xiaoye is getting prettier and more sensible. She is much better than my stupid son. Xu's mother laughed out loud, and the kitchen became lively. It's time to eat. Where's Dad? Xu Musen saw that his father had not come back yet. Your father said today that someone in the company wanted to invest, so he went out to socialize with them. Let's eat first today. Xu's mother was also very happy when she mentioned this matter. Xu Musen nodded slightly. It was most likely that Liu Rushuang sent someone to deliver the money for this investment. This former mother-in-law was quite kind to his family. Come on, Xiaoye, you like to eat shrimp, so I made it especially for you. Xu's mother greeted Yao Mingyu. Yao Mingyu peeled the shrimp and put it in Xu's mother's bowl first. Auntie, you have worked hard, you eat first. Then, she gave the second portion of peeled shrimp to Xu Musen without saying anything, but her face was slightly hot. Xu Musen watched her perform silently, pretending and continuing to pretend. You still blush. But Xu's mother was obviously very impressed by this and was smiling happily. Seeing her son's indifference, she felt a little disappointed with him. Xiao Sen, look at how polite Xiao Yu is, and you don't even say thank you. The corner of Xu Musen's mouth twitched. Yao Mingyu chuckled, with a timid look in her eyes. It's okay, auntie, it's good that you can let me come to eat. I'm usually alone at home. This pitiful acting immediately made Xu's mother reach out and touch her head with heartache. Child, auntie has also watched you grow up. Come here to eat when no one is at home in the future. Auntie will always leave a bowl of rice for you. Xu Musen's hands trembled as he was eating. Mom, aren't you betraying your son? However, the smug look in Yao Mingyu's eyes became more and more intense, as if she had found her own rhythm again. After finishing his meal, Xu Musen took a shower and then slipped into the room to check the background data. This child, how come he becomes more shy as he grows older? Mother Xu felt that her son's attitude towards Yao Mingyu was a little different today. In the past, he would definitely stick to her the whole time, but why did he seem to be avoiding her today? Yao Mingyu helped to clear the table and went to the bathroom to wash her hands. Compared with the shower room in the villa, this one seems a bit crowded, with the family members' toothbrushes and towels hung together. Yao Mingyu looked at the towels and landed on a blue towel that had just been wiped with water. Xu Musen just took a shower. And I heard that boys only use one towel to wipe their heads, faces, and bodies. She slowly stretched out her hand, and finally couldn't help but hold it. Her pair of almond-shaped eyes sparkled, and her fair cheeks showed a hint of sickly redness. Her breath was trembling slightly. She held the towel and looked to make sure there was no one outside the door. She took the towel, buried her face in it and took a deep breath. Hee hee, the smell of Musen, hee hee, mine, you will be mine sooner or later. Separated by a wall, Xu Musen suddenly felt goosebumps. Damn it, there are always some naughty girls who want me. Chapter 19, Make My Money and Seduce My Man? Xingcheng is a villa community with an excellent environment, and the villas here are basically worth tens of millions. After experiencing a period of rapid development in the housing market in 2017 and 2018, the average price is close to 50 to 60 million yuan. Early morning. A Nuanuan, wearing a white pajamas, got up on the soft big bed. There were many drawings scattered on the ground. Her long hair was as messy as a tumbleweed, and her cute eyes still had a hint of dreaminess. She propped herself up and sat up. The loose pajamas revealed half of her snow-white shoulders and a small piece of pink shoulder strap. A Nuanuan usually looks petite when sitting in a wheelchair. But some areas are still well developed. She rolled up her pajamas, and her slender white legs were particularly dazzling in the morning sun. To be honest, these are a pair of beautiful legs, as white as jade, as if they have never been stained by the dust of the outside world. I've lost a little weight. Although someone gives me massages every day to restore my health, I can't walk as well as I do every day to maintain my well-proportioned body. She tried hard to control her legs, but felt that she could only move slightly. It would probably take some time before she could walk completely. At this moment, the housekeeper pushed a wheelchair over, looked at the drawings on the floor, and said as she picked them up, Nuan, did you stay up late to draw again? The housekeeper sighed. To be honest, $50 for a painting was not even enough to pay for the dye. But as long as she is happy, it's fine. The housekeeper brought her clothes to change into. She took off her pajamas, exposing her snow-white skin to the air. She lowered her head so low that her toes were hardly visible. Nuanuan, you have a great figure and your skin is as white as milk. The housekeeper couldn't help but praise him. And Nuanuan tilted her head, seemingly not very aware of her figure. The housekeeper shook her head and smiled, then helped her put on her skirt. She first rubbed her legs. Do you feel anything in your legs this morning? Yeah, it's a little itchy. That's good. This proves that you have started to recover. You should massage yourself when you have nothing to do in school. You will recover faster. The housekeeper spoke with relief. After breakfast, the housekeeper prepared to drive her to school. But I found a Nuanuan pushing a wheelchair, taking out all the bunches of grapes in the refrigerator, and packing them in a fruit basket. Nuan, I've already got the fruit for you, why are you taking so many grapes? I'm sending this to a friend who said he likes eating grapes. Friend. The housekeeper was stunned for a moment, then she remembered something. Nuan, the friend you are talking about, isn't that the boy? Yeah. And Nuanuan nodded. Anyway, the only boy she knew was Xu Musen. The housekeeper didn't know what to say for a moment. These grapes are all purchased from abroad at high prices, with artificial insect control and fertilization. If they were put on the market, they would be sold by the piece. A few of them would cost more than $50. Even if it's a gift, you don't have to take so much. But Grandma said that we can't be stingy with our friends. And Nuanuan said seriously. The housekeeper was a little helpless, but just let her do it. Sent a Nuanuan to school. The secretary made a phone call. Mr. Liang, Nuanuan has arrived at school, but there is something I want to talk to you about. The housekeeper told her about a Nuanuan's affairs in the past few days. A kind and gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay, I know everything. Since there's nothing wrong with the child, let's just let nature take its course. Nuanuan finally has a friend, it would be best if she is happy. After hanging up the phone, the housekeeper looked at a Nuanuan who was holding a fruit basket and pushing a wheelchair into the school gate, smiled helplessly again, and drove away. Now. The entrance of Class 2, Grade 3. A figure in a wheelchair appeared at the classroom door and stuck his head out to look into the classroom. Are you looking for someone? A female classmate saw him and asked curiously. Is Xu Musen in this class? A Nuanuan asked while holding the fruit basket in her arms. Are you looking for Xu Musen? The girl exclaimed in surprise. After all, Xu Musen was considered a celebrity in the school. And almost everyone thinks that Xu Musen belongs to Yao Mingyu, and no other girl would dare to look for him. Many people in the class looked over. He Chong, who had just arrived at school, walked over in surprise when he saw that it was her. Is it you? A Nuanuan also narrowed her eyes and looked at He Chong, and her eyes suddenly lit up. I recognize you. You are Xiao He who followed Xu Musen that day. The girl's voice was sincere and serious, and her peach blossom eyes were clear and silly. He Chong? Puff. Har ha har ha. Oh my god, this nickname is so appropriate. The classmates around him burst into laughter. He Cheong was famous for his dark skin and he also had some muscles. Xu Musen, on the other hand, was fair and clean. When the two of them walked together, He Cheong really looked a bit like a big black dog. He Cheong felt like vomiting blood. I have a name, my name is He. These are grapes for him. Tell him to eat them early. Don't eat them by yourself. And Nuanuan didn't realize the problem with her words at all. She handed the fruit basket to Hichong and gave him some special instructions. Hichong felt like he had no place to put the leftover steamed buns in a doghouse. Everyone around was laughing like crazy. Hichong stood there, wondering who the hell had he offended so early in the morning. But when I came to my senses, Nuanuan had already left in her wheelchair. At this moment, Xu Musen and Yao Mingyu finally got off the bus. "You're really good." Xu Musen said something to her as soon as he got out of the car. Today he wanted to get up early to avoid her, but as soon as he went out, Yao Mingyu also went out as if she had planned it at the right time. He made an excuse of having diarrhea and went back, but Yao Mingyu was waiting for him downstairs. After a tug of war, Xu Musen finally accepted the reality. Along the way, she pretended to pinch his butt again. "What a shame. Please take care of me during this time." Yao Mingyu raised the corners of her mouth and walked towards the school gate with her long legs. Xu Musen gritted his teeth, thinking that the first thing he would do when he had money was to buy a car and see how she could get away with it. Two came to the class. They noticed that everyone in the class was staring at them. Although there were many such looks at people at ordinary times, someone suddenly started to make a fuss. "Xu Musen, a little beauty just sent you some loving fruit." Xu Musen was stunned for a moment, then he followed his gaze and saw a fruit basket on his desk, which was full of packaged grapes. Xu Musen immediately thought of who it was. He just said it casually yesterday, but he didn't expect that she would really bring him a few $100 million. However, Yao Mingyu, who entered the class with him at this moment, suddenly had cold eyes. Send him fruit? And a girl? Yao Mingyu's possessiveness and sense of crisis suddenly emerged. Mingyu. Her best friend tugged at the corner of her clothes. Yao Mingyu held back and didn't explode immediately, and many eyes around her were waiting to see the show. She pursed her lips silently and sat down in her seat. Liu Ruon unconsciously acted as a spy plane for her best friend and whispered, "Just now, a girl came into the class and looked for Xu Musen, saying that he liked to eat grapes." "Who is it?" Yao Mingyu suppressed her emotions and spoke in a calm voice. "I haven't seen her very often. Her hair covered her face so I couldn't see her features clearly, but her skin was in good condition. By the way, she was in a wheelchair." "Wheelchair?" A dull figure suddenly appeared in Yao Mingyu's mind. There was even a sentence echoing in my mind. "Thank you for taking care of my business, you are also a good person." Yao Mingyu gritted her teeth for a moment, and a dark light flashed in her eyes. "Take my man's flowers and earn my money. Now you're trying to seduce my man? Chapter 20. Can I give you a massage? Please read on." Xu Musen held the fruit basket and felt that there was no more room under the desk. A bit helpless and a bit funny. From the beginning I felt that Nuanuan's thinking process was different from that of ordinary people, but I didn't expect that she could be so cute and silly. "Did she say anything?" Xu Musen asked Hichong, feeling that this guy's face looked even darker than yesterday. "Go ask her yourself." Hichong rolled his eyes. He felt like crying but had no tears after being insulted so early in the morning. Xu Musen smiled, picked some grapes and tasted them. They were indeed fragrant and sweet. I also gave some to Hichong. Hichong was originally stubborn and refused to eat it, but when he smelled the delicious taste, he put it in his mouth. "Emma, what kind of grapes are so sweet?" Hichong suddenly felt that today's bad mood was worth it. In the front row, Yao Mingyu looked at Xu Musen, wondering what the relationship between him and that girl was. Moreover, he actually dared to eat other girls' things. Isn't he afraid that other bad women will drug him? This little wolf who steals fish. There is a physical education class in the morning. In the intense learning atmosphere of senior year of high school, it is not easy to have a physical education class. Moreover, the school wanted to accommodate the frail and sickly physical education teacher. In every physical education class, there are usually 2 or 3 classes together. In the physical education class in the senior year of high school, the physical education teacher symbolically asked everyone to run a lap to warm up, and then started allowing them to move freely. The boys started sweating on the basketball court. Of course, the main purpose is to enjoy the feeling of being watched and praised by girls. The girls gather together to play badminton or volleyball. There were also many boys who looked on with hormones that they had nowhere to vent, and they were watching and commenting quietly. Yao Mingyu likes playing volleyball very much. She is 1.7 meters tall and well proportioned. When she wears shorts, her pair of snow-white thighs look like tempting popsicles in the summer sun. Her long hair was tied into a neat high ponytail, and her beautiful cheeks were covered with a thin layer of sweat, making her look even more rosy and attractive. Every time he jumps and hits the ball, it touches the hearts of countless boys. When boys come to watch sports, they don't just watch volleyball. Xu Musen also used to like watching Yao Mingyu play volleyball, and he would always deliver towels and warm water to her in a timely manner. But now, Xu Musen has lost interest and has been staying up late every night to write programs. Physical education class. Isn't he just used to catch up on sleep? As for looking at girls' thighs and the like, Xu Musen could only say that for a man who was used to eating delicacies from land and sea, this kind of benefit would hardly arouse his heart. Xu Musen went to a remote spot in the playground under the shade of a tree and prepared to lie down and take a nap. A breeze blew, bringing with it a familiar fragrance. Under a tree, a figure sitting in a wheelchair was seen, her white dress swaying slightly. She held a drawing board in her arms and looked quietly at the people dancing on the playground. A Nuanuan. Xu Musen's eyes lit up and he walked over. It's you. A Nuanuan also raised her head, and when she saw Xu Musen's smiling face, a light appeared in her peach blossom eyes. Xu Musen sat beside her, looked at her cute appearance, and said with a smile, "Thank you for the grapes, they are very sweet. As long as you like it." A Nuanuan nodded. Although her tone didn't change much, one could still see the corners of her mouth slightly raised. But don't give them away like this in the future. It's too much. Didn't you say you like to eat it? A Nuanuan's mouth corners curved down happily again. I like to eat, but it's a little too low-key. Xu Musen explained. A Nuanuan didn't quite understand, but nodded anyway. Are you painting? Xu Musen looked at the girls playing volleyball on her drawing board and sketched out their long legs with just a few strokes. Well, it seems like they are having a lot of fun shooting this ball. A Nuanuan looked at the girls who were playing volleyball, with a hint of envy in her eyes. Xu Musen looked at the wheelchair she was sitting in and for a moment he didn't know how to comfort her. A Nuanuan also lowered her head and looked at her legs. My family said that as long as I keep training and massaging every day, I will be able to stand up in the future. Hearing this, Xu Musen felt better. It's good that you can recover. But I can only massage my knees, I can't even touch my calves. A Nuanuan bent down and tried hard to grab her calves, but a mysterious and soft resistance prevented her from bending down. Xu Musen couldn't help but take a look. This why didn't I notice the first 2 times that this little girl has developed so well? Am I a little short-handed? There was some grievance in a Nuanuan's voice, and she felt a little chest tightness. Xu Musen silently withdrew his gaze. You are not short-sighted, but you have great ambitions. Seeing her aggrieved expression, Xu Musen couldn't help but joked, what should we do? How about I help you press it? But a Nuanuan's eyes lit up slightly, and she blinked her big eyes, okay. Question mark. I mean, I'm going to touch your legs. Come on. A Nuanuan didn't seem to realize the problem and even took the initiative to lift the hem of her skirt slightly. She was wearing a pair of sandals and her cute toes were white and tender. The white ankles and slender calves are like flawless white jade. Although she is very thin, you can see that her legs are in good proportion. If she can really stand up in the future, she will definitely be able to compete with Yao Mingyu. Xu Musen's hands were indeed a little itchy, but he still behaved politely. I think you can ask your female friends to come. But you are my only friend. A Nuanuan's voice was still a little aggrieved, is it not possible? Xu Musen was stunned for a moment. Yes, it is difficult for a girl with her personality and physical condition to make friends. It's good enough not to be excluded. And looking at her pitiful eyes, Xu Musen thought to himself, I am worse than hell, so whoever goes to hell should go to hell. I just want to help a young girl recover as soon as possible. What is my crime? So I really came. Xu Musen reached out and gently stroked her smooth calves. It's a little cold, but in the middle of summer it feels like touching a popsicle, which is surprisingly comfortable. And her skin is really good, so smooth without any flaws, and so soft that you can squeeze out water. Xu Musen felt her legs tremble slightly. Feeling uncomfortable. Xu Musen also felt a little embarrassed, but luckily there were only 2 of them in this area. Otherwise, it would be like deceiving an ignorant girl. Your hands are so hot. And Nuanuan's eyes were not shy, instead she kept looking at him. Of course, I am also a professional. Xu Musen smiled. As a son-in-law in his previous life, he had the skill to give massages to the president's wife. He gently pinched a Nuanuan's calf and skillfully found the acupoints that helped blood circulation. After a while, a Nuanuan felt her entire leg warm. You make me so hot and hard. A Nuanuan suddenly praised him, almost making Xu Musen choke. What kind of vicious words are these? However, looking at her clean eyes without a trace of impurities, Xu Musen's heart, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly accelerated a little. Has anyone ever given you a massage like this before? No, my family members gave me the massages. Nuan, don't you think it would be weird if I gave you a massage? No, we are friends. Xu Musen thought about it, and while gently massaging her calves, he said seriously, Nuan, if you have other friends in the future, don't let others touch your legs casually. Of course not. Then why did you let me? Xu Musen was stunned for a moment. Could he still be that special person? A Nuanuan blinked, looked at him seriously and said, Auntie Xiong told me that people like you are actually people who have evil intentions but no courage, have no bad intentions, and are easily deceived by girls. Xu Musen's face darkened. What did you say? There is a feeling that even my pants are seen through. Moreover, he was powerless to refute, because before that, he was indeed just a toady being played around by Yao Mingyu. He coughed dryly, trying to save his face. Anyway, there are a lot of bad people nowadays. Some people just want to take advantage of you and like to cheat girls like you. I'm doing this for your own good, you know. Xu Musen held her fair calves and spoke seriously. Oh. A Nuanuan nodded thoughtfully. She looked at Xu Musen and suddenly asked, Will you lie to me? Of course not, we are friends. Oh. A Nuanuan seemed particularly happy that Xu Musen said that we are friends. She held her soft cheeks and looked at Xu Musen, who was concentrating on massaging her. She suddenly remembered something and spoke. Then when I want to make friends in the future, I will always ask you first, okay? Good idea. Xu Musen agreed immediately, perhaps without even realizing it. He and Yao Mingyu have been sleeping in the same bed for so long that they have actually influenced each other's personalities subtly. In his heart, the sneaky possessive desire also emerged little by little. As for friends, he is enough. Chapter 21, The Licking Boy and the Problem Girls. Please read on. The get out of class is almost over. Xu Musen reluctantly let go of a Nuanuan's calf and looked up. I found that the girl was sleeping peacefully in the wheelchair. With her long hair hanging down, at first glance she looks like Sadako. But if Sadako was this cute, I'm afraid The Ring would have become a third-level movie in which Sadako got pregnant. She really has no defense against herself. Xu Musen slowly helped her adjust to a more comfortable position. But the sleeping girl seemed to have found support, and her little head fell directly on Xu Musen's shoulder. A Nuanuan has a light milky scent, which is refreshing and addictive. Looking at her messy hair, Xu Musen couldn't help but gently lift her hair. Under the mottled shadows of the trees, the girl's delicate, doll-like face was fully revealed. Her skin is as white as mutton fat, her delicate facial features are perfectly arranged, her nose is straight and delicate, and her pink lips seem to be attractive with their reflections. It can be said that except for the brain, everything else is top-notch. But she is not stupid, it's just that her way of thinking is a little different from that of ordinary people. I really don't know what kind of family can raise such a girl who is out of touch with the world. The summer breeze and the mottled shadows of the trees are really suitable for sleeping. Xu Musen also leaned against the tree, ready to take a nap. On the volleyball court at this moment, Yao Mingyu was not concentrating on playing today. She was always looking for Xu Musen among the boys watching around her. In the past, he would always hang out in the first row, and as soon as I got off the court, he would immediately come over to give me water and towels. However, this time she did not see Xu Musen for a long time. She bit her teeth, and her pretty face seemed to turn red with anger. She turned around and suddenly a bottle of water and a clean towel appeared in front of her. Yao Mingyu was subconsciously delighted in her heart. It turned out that this guy went to buy water for her. Mingyu, here are some water and towels for you. However, the other party's voice made Yao Mingyu pause as she was about to extend her hand. In front of me is a boy who looks quite handsome. He is wearing a basketball jersey and seems to be deliberately showing off the muscles on his shoulders. Lu Hong, the monitor of the class next door. He is also the main player of the school basketball team. He is over 1.8 meters tall, sunny and handsome, and very popular in the school. Of course, he is also one of Yao Mingyu's pursuers. Hey, look, Lu Hong brought water to Yao Mingyu. Before, Xu Musen sent them. Now that the two of them are having a cold war, shouldn't they be proactive in showing it? LV Hong has a good figure and is handsome. I heard his family is also in business. The two of them look quite compatible. What you said, Xu Musen is actually not bad, he just acts like a follower most of the time. The students were talking about it. Lu Hong looked at Yao Mingyu, who had just finished playing volleyball in front of him. A little sweat soaked his short-sleeved shirt, making it look even tighter. Her good figure is a sure win for teenage boys, and her beautiful and cool face fascinates many people. Lu Hong had confessed his feelings before, but was directly ignored by Yao Mingyu. The water he offered to her during physical education class was also never accepted. But this time, he actually saw a flash of surprise in Yao Mingyu's eyes, and she stretched out her hand. Could it be that she has finally begun to accept his feelings? But at this moment, after Yao Mingyu saw his face clearly, all the information and pride in her eyes turned cold in an instant. Unnecessary. She said this coldly, feeling even more annoyed, her eyes searching the entire playground. Her eyes were like a tracking radar for Xu Musen, and she could see him at a glance under a big tree more than 100 meters away. The dozing figure. Yao Mingyu's pupils contracted instantly. The girl in the wheelchair still leans on his shoulder. Yao Mingyu felt her heart shaking uncontrollably. She raised her foot and was about to move forward. But Lu Hong stood in front of her again with water and a towel. Mingyu, you just finished exercising, drink some water. Lu Hong's sunny and handsome face wanted to reveal a warm smile. To be honest, in high school, most girls could not resist his conditions. But unfortunately, the person he met was Yao Mingyu, who was furious and on the verge of catching someone cheating. I said, no need. Yao Mingyu frowned and took a step away. At this moment, she just wanted to settle the score with Xu Musen. Mingyu, I opened them all for you. Lu Hong took the water and continued to chase after her with a bit of unwillingness. Yao Mingyu became angry. She pushed the water away and looked at him with a pair of almond-shaped eyes with a hint of oppression. Please just call me classmate Yao from now on. I don't know you well. After saying that, she walked out of the crowd without looking back. Lu Hong felt hot under the gazes of so many people. He clutched the towel in his hand and followed the direction of Yao Mingyu. He saw Xu Musen, who was stretching and standing up, and the girl beside him. He gritted his teeth and left the crowd. Yao Mingyu originally wanted to question him directly, but she looked at the girl's wheelchair, pursed her lips, and turned around. She has her own pride and doesn't want others to see her misbehavior. Anyway, she has plenty of ways. The whistle blew and it was time to gather for the end of get out of class. Xu Musen didn't know that he was being targeted, so he gently woke a Nuanuan up. Get out of class is over. Oh. A Nuanuan packed up her things and prepared to push her wheelchair away. However, Xu Musen walked behind her and said, let me do it. As he spoke, Xu Musen gently pushed the wheelchair and walked slowly with her in the playground. A Nuanuan stretched out in the wheelchair, her whole body tilted back, and looked at Xu Musen with a reversed perspective. From this angle, the girl looked even more adorable, but Xu Musen felt a little embarrassed when he saw her. This is too powerful. Your nostrils look really big from this angle. A Nuanuan said this while blinking her eyes. You're pretty big too. Xu Musen said this subconsciously. No, my nose is very small. A Nuanuan reached out and touched her fair little nose. Her eyes followed her finger and she looked a little cross-eyed. Dull and silly. Xu Musen couldn't help but smile. It felt like he was taking care of a child. The assembly was disbanded. Many people in the class looked at Xu Musen and the girl in the wheelchair. Even in her own class, few people come into contact with a Nuanuan. Because many people have noticed that her way of thinking is a little different, and the teachers in school seem to be more caring towards her, usually placing her in a separate seat during class. Hey, isn't this the girl from our class? What's her name? Who would have known? She hasn't said a word to anyone since she came to the class. I thought she was mute. Why is she with Xu Musen? Isn't he Yao Mingyu's liquor? Could it be that they? Har har, a troubled girl and a licking boy, are they trying to save each other? Isn't it because of Xu Musen that Yao Mingyu was angry just now? If you have a dog at home, no matter how much you dislike it, but one day it suddenly licks someone else, you will be unhappy and feel embarrassed. Ha 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 ha. The students were whispering. Of course, there were also people who looked at him unfriendly. Lu Hong listened and looked at Xu Musen and Yao Mingyu, who had a cold face, and narrowed his eyes. Yao Mingyu's face was calm at this moment, as if she couldn't hear any sound, but when she looked at Xu Musen, it was as if she wanted to eat him. Xu Musen. I just took a nap for a while, what's the big deal? At this moment, a Nuanuan looked at Yao Mingyu, whose eyes were cold. She tilted her head and her eyes lit up. I recognize you too. You are the good sister. Everyone in the audience. Chapter 22 Xu Musen, you bastard. There are many ways to insult someone. The most exciting one is to poach your girl right in front of you and then pat you on the shoulder and say that. Your husband is awesome, you are such a good person. At this moment, Yao Mingyu felt as aggrieved as if she had been treated as a minotaur in public and was given a nice guy card. She appeared calm on the surface, but her fingernails were almost digging into the tender flesh of her palms. She ignored a Nuanuan's words, raised her head, looked deeply at Xu Musen, then turned and left. Before the crowd could react, Xu Musen pushed a Nuanuan away quickly. Was she a little unhappy just now? On the way, a Nuanuan asked with some confusion. No, she just likes to keep a cold face. Oh. She's actually quite nice. A Nuanuan muttered to herself. In her opinion, anyone who helped her would be considered a good person. Xu Musen didn't know how to respond. Yao Mingyu was indeed not a bad person, but her personality was really unbearable. After school, Yao Mingyu ignored him since the physical education class and behaved very well on the bus back. But her cold eyes never left Xu Musen, and the invisible smell of gunpowder followed him like a shadow. Xu Musen naturally didn't bother to say anything to her. As soon as he arrived at the community, he planned to go back to his room first. But I just reached the stairs. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze blew over, and a small hand pushed him directly to the wall. Yao Mingyu looked at him with red eyes in a wall-down posture. What's your relationship with that girl? Her voice was cold, revealing the anger that had been suppressed all day. Xu Musen was very familiar with this look and tone. In my previous life, whenever I spoke to other girls, she would come back and tie me up on the bed and interrogate me about what we talked about. But in this life, I don't owe her anything, and I don't want to be involved with her anymore. I don't need to tell you what my relationship with her is. Xu Musen spoke in a steady tone. You? Xu Musen, what do you mean? Didn't you say you like me? Why do you turn around and be with another girl? Didn't you reject me already? Facing Yao Mingyu's question, Xu Musen answered with a chuckle. Yao Mingyu's expression froze for a moment. Xu Musen continued, since you've rejected me, then it's none of your business who I go with, right? Every word made it difficult for Yao Mingyu to maintain her calm expression. Who I am with has nothing to do with you. It was like countless steel needles piercing her chest. She clutched Xu Musen's collar tightly. You said it before. You will only like me. She was so emotional that her eyes were almost red. Xu Musen looked at her like this, and after a moment's silence, he slowly spoke, looking directly into her eyes. What about you? Do you like me? Or do you just simply like the feeling of me being around you every day? Yao Mingyu's body trembled, and her mind seemed to recall many scenes, fragmented and mixed in her mind. Yes, after all, the one she likes is Xu Musen. I still just like the feeling of him always being by my side. Looking at Yao Mingyu's dazed eyes, Xu Musen laughed at himself. Look, even you don't know whether you like me or not, so please stop interfering in my life. It will be good for both of us. Xu Musen gently lifted her hand, but Yao Mingyu grabbed his arm instead. That's not the case. I just haven't made up my mind yet. The college entrance exam is coming up soon. I want to wait until I'm in college. Yao Mingyu wanted to explain. But Xu Musen shook his head. It's meaningless to say these things. Even if I liked you before, there is no law that stipulates that I must always like you. Can't I just live a quiet life now? Xu Musen's tone was calm, but the calmer it was, the more flustered Yao Mingyu became. Do you have to be so ruthless? Yao Mingyu clenched her teeth. I'm not being cruel, these are just my true thoughts right now. In fact, you're a good person, and it's not difficult for you to find a boy who is devoted to you with your conditions. Before Xu Musen could finish his words, he felt a sudden pain in his arm. Yao Mingyue's eyes were red at this moment, and she pulled Xu Musen's arm and bit it. Hiss, are you sick? Xu Musen pulled back his arm, leaving an obvious tooth mark. You are the one who is sick. Yao Mingyue's white teeth were almost broken. She pointed at Xu Musen and said, Xu Musen, don't regret what you said today. After saying that, she turned around and left angrily. Xu Musen looked at her back and chose not to chase her. Regret? I do feel a little regretful. I regret that I didn't say anything harsh earlier, otherwise things would have been quiet a long time ago. He watched her back disappearing around the corner, and Xu Musen was silent for a moment. If you want to completely get rid of this yandere, there are only two ways. Go to a different school, or make more money and move away from this place. Back home. Xu Musen went straight into the room, bent over the computer and started typing code frantically. The number of game users has now exceeded 10,000, and 50 users have withdrawn cash in the past few days. 5,000 yuan just went away like that. Since the basic users were already there, Xu Musen immediately increased the difficulty of receiving red envelopes. In addition to inviting 100 people, you also need to accumulate points to draw withdrawal coupons. In this way, if you want to withdraw cash, you must attract at least 200 or 300 users. As for leeks, you have to harvest them one crop after another. Dinner time. Xu Musen was still wondering whether Yao Mingyu would come over for dinner. But when I got to the living room, I saw that my mother had packed the lunchbox. Son, Mingyu just sent me a message saying that she is not feeling well today and will not be coming to dinner. I made some porridge. Please send it to her and see if she is sick. Mom handed the lunchbox to him. What can happen to her? She won't starve for a meal. How can you talk like that, you bastard? Mingyu is a girl who is usually alone at home. We must pay more attention to her. Let's go now. Mom pushed Xu Musen out. Xu Musen was a little helpless, but he had no choice but to go on with the mission in hand. Downstairs of the villa, Xu Musen rang the doorbell. There was a camera at the door, so she would definitely be able to see herself. Sure enough, after a while, Yao Mingyu opened the door. She changed into a pink pajamas and stood at the door looking at him without saying a word. Xu Musen was too lazy to pay attention to her and raised the lunchbox in his hand. My mother made porridge for you. Yao Mingyu folded her hands over her chest and began to look at him with gritted teeth without saying a word. Xu Musen put the lunchbox in his hand directly on the wall of the villa and turned away. I won tea by it. Asshole. Yao Mingyu couldn't help it after all. It's not a bastard, it's century egg porridge. Xu Musen, you're a bastard. Yao Mingyue's face turned red with anger. Xu Musen shook his head. He came to deliver food but was scolded. What kind of world is this? Eat it. The lunchbox will be delivered to you tomorrow. After Xu Musen finished speaking, he turned and left. Late at night, the huge villa was empty. In Yao Mingyue's room, she had fallen asleep, but her brows were still furrowed. Ever since that year, she has been having nightmares. On a rainy night with thunder and lightning, a truck crashed into the vehicle head-on, and blood flowed all over the ground. Xiaoyu, Daddy promises you that when I come back tonight, I will definitely celebrate your birthday with you, okay? You must wait for Daddy. Bang. Dad. Dad, wake up, didn't you say you would celebrate my birthday? I don't want a birthday anymore, I want my dad. Xiaoye, Dad is gone. No, don't. Yao Mingyu in the dream was no longer as cold and aloof as before. Her beautiful face was filled with panic, and there were even some tear marks in the corners of her eyes. As if an endless nightmare was about to drown him, another voice suddenly appeared. Mingyu, I will be with you forever. From now on, I will protect you forever on behalf of Uncle Yao. Mingyu, don't be afraid. I'm here. I will always be by your side. I'll write you a promise. Musen, if you accompany me every day, no other girl will like you in the future. It doesn't matter. You're all I need. Musen, you are busy with my affairs every day. Your studies will decline. What will you do if you don't have a good job in the future? It's okay, Mingyu, you're so smart, I'll go work for you when you become a big boss. Musen. Yao Mingyu was mumbling in her sleep. A gust of night wind made the window make a noise. Yao Mingyu, we are no longer related. No, don't. Yao Mingyu woke up from her dream. In the empty bedroom, Yao Mingyu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. I haven't had this dream for a long time. Is it because I'm scared again? Yao Mingyu silently turned on the desk lamp. She picked up a thick photo album from the bedside table. Since I was very young, photos of my two families have appeared in my photo albums. In the photos, the two little people are always holding hands, smiling and making scissors hands at the camera. From childhood to kindergarten, elementary school, junior high school, high school. But after I entered junior high school, there were fewer group photos, and there was always one person missing in the group photos. She looked at the photos, all the photos of Xu Musen. From childhood to adulthood, the way he looked at her was always so gentle, always so doting and loving. But why, just in one day? Deep in her eyes, there was a tangle and affection that was rarely seen in normal days. What are my feelings towards him? Yao Mingyu really didn't know for a moment. However, when she looked at Xu Musen in the photo, she only knew that she could not lose him in this life. In the empty room, Yao Mingyu slowly took the album filled with Xu Musen's photos into her arms. Anyway, I can't let you go. Chapter 23. Do you want to touch my legs? The next day, Xu Musen was still wondering whether Yao Mingyu would get angry and ignore him, or show her pathological side. But what he didn't expect was that Yao Mingyu brought him a clean lunch box early in the morning. He was still chatting and laughing with Xu's mother in the living room, and seemed not to be affected by yesterday at all. Go out and take the bus. The two of them walked in silence, and even Yao Mingyu stopped harassing him. But she still always looked at him. Xu Musen naturally wouldn't take the initiative to talk, but took out his mobile phone and kept looking at the data in the background. Yao Mingyu narrowed her eyes and watched quietly. Come to the classroom. The classmates in the class looked at him one by one again. Xu Musen found a watermelon on his table. He-cheon said, she sent it again. I wonder if her family runs an orchard. Xu Musen was also a little amused. Yao Mingyu glanced at him and just turned away indifferently. Hey, Senzi, didn't you and Yao Mingyu quarrel yesterday? What's the fuss? A lot of people were waiting to see what was going on with you and that girl yesterday. Don't be secretly dating without telling your friends. We are just ordinary friends, don't think too much. TSK, who would believe that? Noon. Xu Musen held the watermelon, went to the cafeteria, got 2 spoons, and asked the chef to help him cut it in half. Before leaving, he looked around the cafeteria again. The cafeteria often made some small cakes or fried chicken. He thought about it and walked over. Playground back garden. When Xu Musen arrived, the girl had probably already finished her meal and was eating grapes, spitting out the seeds out of boredom. The good thing is that she is beautiful, and when she spits out seeds she looks like little dragon girl. If there is one who is ugly, it would be Chiu Qiankai who spits out date pits. You gave me this watermelon too. Xu Musen spoke. Yes, my family grows it ourselves. And Nuanuan nodded, and when she saw him coming, her clear eyes inadvertently revealed joy. Your land is really amazing. You can grow anything. Xu Musen sometimes wondered what kind of family this girl was from. If they were poor, then these fruits seemed like high-end products. Although he is rich, he always looks so pitiful. Besides, didn't I tell you not to send anything? You said not to give too many gifts. I only gave one this time. But this one is bigger than a fruit basket. Xu Musen smiled helplessly and handed her half of the watermelon. Let's each eat half. And Nuanuan seemed to have never experienced this way of eating. She watched Xu Musen dig in the middle of the watermelon first. Why dig the middle first? Because the middle is the sweetest. Oh, really? The two people held the watermelon and ate it bite by bite. By the way, I just bought something in the restaurant and can't eat it anymore. How about you try it? Xu Musen took out a packaging bag from behind him, and waves of fried aroma filled the air. And Nuanuan's little nose twitched. What? Fried chicken tenders and a fried sausage. Xu Musen spoke, looking at Nuanuan's curious expression, and said, haven't you eaten it before? And Nuanuan shook her head. She usually ate shellfish or marbled beef at home. This is the first time I've seen something this oily looking. Curious. But in Xu Musen's eyes, Her shaking head and looking eagerly revealed her as a poor girl whose family was so poor that she couldn't even bear to eat the fried snacks that cost 1 or 2 yuan at the roadside stalls. Xu Musen felt sympathy and handed it over. And Nuanuan smelled it and found that her grandparents were very particular about health preservation and ate the flavor of the ingredients themselves. This snack is heavy in oil and ingredients, and relies entirely on seasoning. It is so delicious that even a boiled shoehorn would taste great. It's like seeing a doctor. The better the medicine, the slower it takes to take effect, but in a small clinic, the doctor will prescribe antibiotics for you. This snack is now like an antibiotic, and it immediately makes a Nuanuan's eyes light up. Good times. Take your time to eat. I'm not going to snatch it from you. Seeing her like this, Xu Musen felt even more pitiful and couldn't help but reach out and touch her head. Her hair was very soft, like the finest silk. Although his family was bankrupt, they could still have this kind of snack. It was obvious how difficult life was for the girl in front of him. And Nuanuan finished eating quickly and looked at Xu Musen eagerly. I can't eat it today. I still have half a watermelon. Oh. And Nuanuan was a little disappointed, but she licked the seasoning on the skewer with a sense of unsatisfaction. The pink little tongue moves very flexibly. Xu Musen swallowed his saliva. The damn weather was really hot. Heat expands and cold contracts. He quickly put the watermelon on his thigh to reduce his fever. You are such a kind person. You treat me to such delicious food. It must be very expensive, right? And Nuanuan said with eager eyes. It's not expensive. If you like it, I'll bring it back for you tomorrow. Then I'll give you money. Didn't you treat me to watermelon too? That makes us even. Finish eating. As usual, the two of them looked at the drawings, and Xu Musen also put forward some ideas and suggestions. And Nuanuan was extremely talented in drawing, like a printer. You can draw whatever you say. Xu Musen looked at the painting, and his eyes fell on a small piece of white calf exposed under the hem of her skirt. Nuan. You've been sitting for the whole morning. Do you feel a little sore in your waist and legs? You want to touch my legs, don't you? Xu Musen was still considering his words, but a Nuanuan said something shocking. Xu Musen coughed. What? Could it be that my little trick has been exposed? It's a massage. A serious one. And Nuanuan blinked her pure peach blossom eyes and said seriously, is there any difference? Is that okay? And Nuanuan nodded, and Xu Musen looked around and saw that there was no one around. It wasn't he the first time anyway. He gently pulled up the hem of her skirt, and her slender, dazzlingly white calves appeared before his eyes. Moreover, a Nuanuan likes to wear sandals very much. Her little toes look like crystal grapes, so white and tender that you can even see the blood vessels. Xu Musen's hand couldn't help but move down. Are you a leg control freak? A Nuanuan suddenly spoke. Xu Musen paused. Could it be that his perverted little habit had been discovered? Also, how did she know the term leg control? Nuan, where did you learn this word? My sister told me this. She said some people like butts, some like breasts, and your condition is actually quite normal. My sister told me that there is a kind of pervert who likes girls' feet, called foot fetish. Xu Musen silently raised his hand and nodded in sudden realization, so that's how it is. I didn't expect there would be such a person. It's too perverted. Looking at the girl's harmless expression, Xu Musen always wondered if she did it on purpose. Is it really true that in most cases, they are very smart? By the way, it's almost Sunday. Do you still go out to sell flowers every night? If you don't confess, I won't be able to pick up flowers. And Nuanuan spoke with a little regret. Xu Musen, when it comes to confessing your feelings, you still have to find someone you really like. So you don't like her anymore? And Nuanuan tilted her little head and asked him. Xu Musen was silent for a moment, then shook his head and smiled. Actually, she is quite good, but I was too naive in my love for her. In fact, we both have problems. And Nuanuan obviously didn't know much about the relationship between men and women. She tilted her head and looked at Xu Musen. So what kind of person do you like now? Now. Xu Musen thought about it, with a hint of smile on his face. It's actually quite simple. The figure and face must be acceptable, and the child must not be affected by the next generation. It doesn't matter if you are rich or poor, the most important thing is not to be too smart or cunning, and to listen to me more. Xu Musen said this, but suddenly paused, his eyes met those clear and stupid eyes. Well, she is about 1.68 meters tall, with a fair face behind her hair that has a natural beauty. The body is really strong. The most important thing is that it is easy to be fooled at first glance. What to do? Otherwise, just trick her. Xu Musen. Your eyes are so obscene. Okay, let me think about it again. Chapter 24. You'd better never forgive me in your life. In a blink of an eye, a week passed. Xu Musen's life has been quite uneventful these days, and Yao Mingyu seems to have no intention of reconciling with Xu Musen. The two of them were like strangers at school every day. The classmates also tacitly accepted the reality that the two had completely broken up. Several boys are already eager to pursue Yao Mingyu before graduation. Among them, Lu Hong from the next class was the most attentive. He bought snacks and drinks for Yao Mingyu every day, and even learned to send fruits. Of course, Yao Mingyu threw them all directly into the trash can. As for Xu Musen, he was also very serious in class during this period. In high school, girls really like boys who are good at studying, and Xu Musen was not bad at all. With a height of over 1.8 meters, his originally non-mainstream bowl-cut hair was cut into a short buzz cut that can best test his appearance. Of course, the most important thing is that Xu Musen now exudes a maturity that is higher than his peers, and his deep eyes make many girls feel a little moved. However, every time they wanted to talk to Xu Musen after class, they always felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at them coldly from behind. I always feel a little uneasy. Of course, Xu Musen didn't care about these. He went to class as usual every day, and went to the back garden to touch and massage a Nuanuan's calves at noon. Life is pretty good. Moreover, in 2 days, the first phase of the mini-game partner program will end. It's finally time to cash out. The 6,000 or 7,000 that He-Chong gave him have all been used up. Now the number of people in the game backend has exceeded 50,000, and the total number of registered users has exceeded 50,000. There are about 5,000 to 6,000 daily active users. For a small game, this number is quite good. Senzi. You've spent enough time preparing the nest, now you can start collecting the nets. He-Chong also thought about it with Xu Musen when he had nothing to do, and the metaphor was very apt. Just follow the Cartwriter game and get a first deposit gift package, then recharge to get rebates and synthesize rare car fragments. He-Chong said excitedly. The way to make money from games is actually quite fixed. It's all about recharges, which is also the usual practice of various games nowadays. But Xu Musen smiled and said, I haven't played enough yet. I don't plan to let others spend money on this game. How do you make money if others don't recharge? He-Chong didn't understand. Xu Musen thought that his little game had no technical content and could be easily copied. It is estimated that in the near future, small games such as What a Cow and What a Dog will appear on the market. Everyone makes money in the same way. There are all kinds of temptations to recharge. But in this era when the average salary is 3,000 yuan, how many people are willing to spend money on small games? If you get a yellow diamond, you can brag among your friends that you are a noble yellow diamond aristocrat. If you don't have something differentiated, you will be replaced within a month. So, Xu Musen thought of another way. That is to watch video ads to get benefits. Chinese people are very keen on getting things for free. If you ask him to recharge money directly, he will jump up and down and curse. But he always feels like he's getting a free ride just by spending his time and traffic watching ads to get a tiny bit of benefit. It has the same origin as Ping 60's red envelope receiving method. Moreover, Xu Musen has a big heart. The small game is just a stepping stone for him and he can be replaced at any time. What he wants is the big data collected behind the advertisements. The next 20 to 30 years will be the era of the internet. Whoever masters big data will master wealth. Xu Musen smiled and said, those who play games are students and some idle people. It's meaningless to earn their money. If you don't make money from them, whose money are you going to make? You make money from whoever has money. Xu Musen smiled slightly, come out with me again on the weekend. Are you fucking planning on making me work for you for free again? You are worthy of being my good brother. You are really good at judging people. Yao Mingyu still comes to eat dinner every day, and her relationship with Xu's mother has been getting better and better these days. The two of them talk and laugh all the time, more like real mother and daughter. Mom, I want to go to your flower shop tomorrow to shoot a promotional video. Do you have a camera in your shop? Why shoot a promotional video? We can't afford to hire a celebrity for advertising. Mother Xu glanced at her son and said, besides, the cameras in the store are too old and can only take photos. You don't have to spend any money. You'll know when the time comes. If you don't have a camera, a cell phone will do. Xu Musen said aloud. Yao Mingyu, who was eating quietly at the side, had her eyes flickering slightly. The next day, Xu Musen woke up naturally and called He Chong to go to his mother's flower shop together. The family company went bankrupt, and the flower shop that my mother used to run for fun became our financial support. The flower shop is located in an old street, with all kinds of shops on both sides. Xu Musen looked at the shops one by one, thinking that maybe they could all become his customers in the future. Come to the flower shop. Mom was packing flowers, but Xu Musen saw a familiar tall figure. Yao Mingyu. Yao Mingyu was also wearing an apron, helping Xu's mother tie up bunches of flowers. The sun was shining in the morning, and the ground was covered with reflections of flowers. Yao Mingyu had a smile on her face and was holding a bunch of roses. She was more beautiful than the flowers. What time have you been sleeping, little brat? Xiaoya knows to come and help me with the work. Mom started shouting. Xu Musen looked at Yao Mingyu in surprise. This pampered little rich woman, the future female CEO of a listed company worth over 100 million yuan, actually came to work in a flower shop. Yao Mingyu looked at the surprise in his eyes, and a hint of pride flashed in the depths of her eyes. She then put on a smile and said to Xu's mother, "You have been taken care of by your aunt every day these days, and it is my duty to help." Xu's mother kept praising her for being sensible. Xu Musen seriously doubted whether this little yandere had changed his strategy. But he came here today to do serious business. Xu Musen took out the camera from the store, an old model that was definitely not suitable for taking videos. He had a headache because smartphones had not yet started rolling up their cameras in that era, and the image quality was mosaic for everyone. Just when he was about to make do, Yao Mingyu appeared in front of him. She took out a latest model of Sony camera from her bag and shook it in front of his eyes. That little expression seemed to be saying, "Just beg me, I will let you use it if you only ask me. I'd rather use my phone." Xu Musen decisively took out his mobile phone. It is impossible to live off others for free anymore. Yao Mingyu's smug expression froze in an instant, and she tightly grasped the camera in her hand. Will this guy die if he lowers his head once? She stood in front of Xu Musen again and said in a low voice, "Xu Musen, aren't you going to help Auntie promote the store?" Xu Musen looked at his mother who was bending over to work on the other side, and he sighed in his heart. You have to admit that for an ordinary person, the chance of making a fortune from scratch without the help of a noble person is really too small. It is not what a man should do to make his family suffer just for the sake of face. But what he fears most now is owing Yao Mingyu another favor. This is how my previous life fell, little by little. Yao Mingyu looked at his hesitant expression and gritted her teeth. I just feel sorry for Auntie who works so hard every day, but it doesn't mean I forgive you, unless you. Before she could finish her words, she saw Xu Musen let out a long sigh as if he had been relieved. I've been waiting for you to say this. Then I feel relieved. Xu Musen showed joy on his face. Even if I rent it from you, I will pay you the market price when I return. Yao Mingyu was stunned for a moment, the light in her eyes turned into a bit of anger, and she looked at Xu Musen. Does this guy really have to be so clear with me? It's as if he's afraid of being involved again. What an ungrateful man. Yao Mingyu gritted her teeth and said, "Whatever you want." After saying that, she threw the valuable camera into his arms and turned away angrily. Xu Musen took the camera and looked at it. The texture of a 5-figure camera just felt different in his hand. Yao Mingyu watched his figure from the side and snorted in her heart again. The favor I've done you cannot be repaid just because you want to. Chapter 25 in Nuanuan, I feel so lonely at home alone. Xu Musen began to analyze the framing. He Chong also came back with the things that Xu Musen asked him to purchase, including some sunshades and lighting fixtures needed for filming. The mother didn't understand what her son was doing, but she was still happy that he was willing to share the pressure of the family. It is enough for the child to have this heart. Xu Musen was busy until noon, taking pictures continuously. Under his camera, the flowers in the flower shop looked incredibly fresh. It has a very petty bourgeois feel. Moreover, Yao Mingyu also appeared in the camera. She was holding various flowers, and her beautiful face made the flowers even more charming. She sat among the flowers, and her every smile, even a slight frown, was full of charm that exceeded that of girls of the same age. She's a nice girl, but it's a pity that she has a sickly brain. He kept shooting back and forth until noon. Many shops around saw Xu Musen carrying his camera and taking pictures for the whole morning, and they were a little curious. Mom took the three of them to eat at a small restaurant across the street. Yao Mingyu probably hasn't eaten at a roadside stall for a long time, and the small table always feels a bit greasy. Yao Mingyu wore slim jeans and a printed shirt. Her tall figure, outstanding temperament and appearance were out of tune with the environment here. Xiao Yu, just make do with what you have for now. I'll make you something delicious when we get home in the evening. Xu's mother was also afraid that Yao Mingyu would be wronged. Yao Mingyu smiled and shook her head, and helped Xu's mother wipe the chopsticks. It's okay, auntie, everything tastes delicious when I'm with you. You are such a sweet talker, kid. Mother Xu was so delighted by what she said. Xu Musen rolled his eyes helplessly. He Qiang also always felt that the atmosphere at this table was a bit indescribable. Why did it feel like a daughter-in-law was trying to make her mother-in-law happy? On their way back after dinner, He Qiang couldn't help but approach Xu Musen and asked, "Are you hiding your relationship with Yao Mingyu from me?" "What am I hiding from you? Are you still pretending? I saw it all. Yao Mingyu knew you wanted a camera, so she specially prepared it and brought it to you. Instead of going shopping on Sunday, I come to help in your flower shop. And the scene just now felt to me like a daughter-in-law coaxing her mother-in-law." "Don't talk nonsense." Xu Musen rolled his eyes at him. He dared not misunderstand this matter. "That's enough. I think there's still hope for the two of you. Yao Mingyu is a wealthy woman. If you can get close to her, do you still need to work so hard to start a business?" He Qiang had an expression that said, "You don't appreciate what you have." Xu Musen was helpless. In the eyes of others, he was indeed a little ungrateful. A rich woman who has a great figure and looks and is willing to spend money on you. If it were someone else, they would even break their own ribs to make soup for her. But there is a good saying. A full man does not know the hunger of a hungry man, and a hungry man does not know the emptiness of a full man. Xu Musen reached out and patted his shoulder. "Qiangzi, I have something to say to you. Young people should not always think of taking shortcuts. Do you know what the flower language of steel wool and happy beads is?" He Qiang was confused. He always felt that his buddy was a little weird lately. Xu Musen didn't explain it anymore, he would understand it later. At this moment, a message suddenly came from his cell phone. When I opened it, I saw that someone had added my QQ. A hand-drawn portrait of a cute little rabbit. Note, your friend. Xu Musen was stunned for a moment, but immediately guessed who the other person was. After passing the friend authentication, Xu Musen sent a message. And Yuan. Xu Musen left her his QQ number on Friday, so the two can communicate in time. Looking at the other party's account, he hasn't even opened a space, so he might have just registered. "It's me." Smiley face. After a long while, a message came in the chat box. The smiling expression made Xu Musen feel a little strange. This smiling face expression is actually often used among young people to express a speechless mood, as if you are looking down on me. "Xu Musen, you are my first friend to chat on the phone. The first time is for you. I am so happy." Smiley face 3-inch. What lewd words. Xu Musen almost dropped his phone. "Have you seen a ghost?" He Qiang complained. Xu Musen quickly put away his phone. This little girl was really going crazy. She was saying all kinds of nonsense. Yuan, don't use some words carelessly, it will easily lead to misunderstandings." "Oh." Smiley face. Also, don't use that smiling expression anymore. "Why?" "Because it looks a bit uncomfortable, it's better for girls to use more expressions of cats and dogs or flowers and plants to be cuter." "Oh." After a second or two, another message popped up on the message page. "Xu Musen, I'm alone at home without you, I feel so lonely. Rose X3. Xu Musen." For a moment he wondered whether the other person was a Nuanuan or the beautiful croupier who dealt the cards online. What a train of thought. Xu Musen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Where are your family members?" "Grandpa and Grandma are out busy, and Aunt Xiang went to pick up my sister, so I'm eating alone." "I see. You have to eat well and eat nutritiously so that your body can get better quickly. When Xu Musen thought of her body, he felt that his typing speed slowed down. It took a long time for the message to come from the phone. Xu Musen. I want you to touch my legs. Rose. Xu Musen was speechless for a moment. Why are you ignoring me? It's a massage. Don't admit it when you talk next time. But none of them are as comfortable as your touch. Xu Musen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He always felt guilty for deceiving the little girl. Thinking that tomorrow is Sunday, my first round of reward funds will finally be paid out, so I can invite her to a celebration party. Okay, then are you free tomorrow? I'll treat you to dinner. That's right. And Nuanuan finally felt like including some symbols to express tone in her message. Xu Musen smiled and subconsciously looked at Yao Mingyue's figure. Girls who are too smart are hard to control. Those who are too naive need to be coaxed and taught. It would be perfect if it could be neutralized. Yao Mingyu was always sensitive to Xu Musen's gaze. She turned her eyes away quietly and saw that Xu Musen's gaze was always on her. She suddenly felt a little proud. Humph, it's worth the jeans she wore today. I can't stop charming you, you little bastard. After returning, Xu Musen began to edit the video on the computer. He Qiang was sorting out the materials while asking, Senzi, you've been busy all day, what exactly are you planning? Xu Musen smiled. My idea is actually very simple. The game is free, and you will get benefits by watching ads. Then the money will naturally come from these advertisers. The reason why Xu Musen chose to set up a stall and sell goods in the early stage was mainly to accurately control the local traffic. Including current game users, 90% of them are from Xinjiang. The user range and target customers are very precise. It can be said that as long as someone is willing to place advertisements, the traffic will definitely not be low. But now that the internet has just emerged, everyone's impression of advertising is still on TV, or large banners, celebrity endorsements, and the like. Big companies can spend a lot of money. But small shops cannot afford so much money, so they usually hire people to distribute flyers or solicit customers at the door. It is time-consuming, labor-intensive and extremely inefficient. Therefore, the store exploration videos promoted by short videos in the past became popular because they hit this pain point. Many shops are willing to try customized advertising for just a few thousand yuan. Xu Musen explained with a smile. He Qiang was stunned but couldn't help but speak. People nowadays won't give money until they see the rabbit, especially when it's this unheard of way. They won't give money easily. So, I started from my own home. Xu Musen nodded. If we take the initiative to promote it in each store, people will be suspicious. The key to business negotiations is initiative. Whoever has the initiative has the bargaining power. Let the actual customer flow speak for itself, and wait for people from surrounding shops to come and ask. At this time, if we also explain the reason, our credibility will soar instantly. By that time, they will naturally take the initiative to beg us to cooperate with them. Xu Musen said calmly, smiling at him, do you remember why I deliberately let all the shops around me see me filming today? In fact, I have already started to attract potential customers. He Qiang was a little confused after listening to it, but he couldn't help but give a thumbs up after listening. Damn it. Xu Musen. With all your psychological tricks, you will definitely be the one hanging on the street lamps of capitalism in the future. Screw you. Chapter 26 I confessed, I am actually a millionaire. Night. After dinner, Xu's mother asked Xu Musen to take Yao Mingyu home. Although it's only 100 or 200 meters away. Xu Musen was holding the camera that had been used up, and the two of them were walking on the road, neither paying any attention to the other. Yao Mingyu was naturally still very angry, and she arrived at the villa door in a minute or two. I'll return the camera to you, and the remaining 200 is my rental fee for the camera. We're even now. Xu Musen reluctantly took out $200 and handed it to her along with the camera. In the night, Yao Mingyue's eyes reflected the light of the street lamps. The neighborhood was quiet, and the dim street lights eased the atmosphere between the two people. However, when Yao Mingyu looked at the 200 yuan he handed over, she felt a little annoyed again. Clear the score? Is it that easy to clear the score? Her pair of almond-shaped eyes stared at Xu Musen, as if she could see through him nakedly. Xu Musen, are you going to continue like this? Isn't this good? Xu Musen smiled and said, you said it, it's best for us to be brother and sister. If we can't be in love, we can still be friends. Xu Musen actually didn't hate Yao Mingyu. Because the ending of his previous life was actually his own choice. He just hated himself for being powerless in his previous life and didn't want to look back on the past. Friend. Yao Mingyu bit her lip, sneered, and reached out to take the camera and the 200 yuan from his hand. Good night then, bye. When Xu Musen saw that she accepted it, he turned around and left with peace of mind. But just as he took a step, his clothes were suddenly pulled again, and he turned back subconsciously. Crack! There was a shutter click and a flash of strong white light appeared before his eyes, so bright that he almost thought he had seen God. Yao Mingyu, are you sick? Xu Musen rubbed his eyes, but before he could adapt, a hand reached out to him. Yao Mingyu took the 200 yuan in her hand and stuffed it directly into his collar. The photo is good, consider it my tip to you. After saying that, Yao Mingyu took the camera, turned around and entered the villa behind her. Xu Musen adjusted his vision and looked at the 200 yuan in his hand. What do you think of yourself? Don't miss it. Xu Musen put the 200 yuan in his pocket, which was just enough money for tomorrow's celebration banquet. At night, after 12 o'clock, Xu Musen immediately logged into the computer back-end, and the reward funds for the first cycle were in place. Xu Musen ranks first with more than 60,000 new users. Cash reward of 66,000. There are also new user rewards, which are nearly 100,000 yuan, but you can only withdraw 30,000 to 40,000 yuan now. The final settlement will not be made until the end of the month. Nearly 100,000 yuan, which is not a lot. In the previous life, I was a gigolo at Yao Mingyu's, and my pocket money could be tens of thousands a day. But there is no place to spend it. To be honest, it's just a small amount. In this era, the average income per person can barely save tens of thousands of yuan a year. This amount of money is not a small amount for an ordinary family. Xu Musen withdrew all the money into his bank card and looked at the text message notification of the arrival of the money. The first pot of gold after rebirth is not easy to come by. Although this amount of money is nothing to Yao Mingyu's family, at least it is the first step she has taken. Early morning. Xu Musen got up very early and hummed happily while brushing his teeth. Why are you so happy today? You must have picked up some money. Xu's mother put on an apron and prepared to cook, hoping that her son would not stay in bed on Sunday. Xu Musen chuckled, I'm not happy with what you said, I really did find some money. Look at you, you look so proud of picking up a few dollars. Mother Xu said this in a bad mood, and Father Xu had already gotten up early and made a cup of tea. Recently, the company received investment, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked much more energetic. Xu Musen combed his hair like an adult, cleared his throat in a showy manner, and raised the bank card in his hand. Originally, I wanted to get along with you as a student, but now I won't pretend anymore. I'm actually a millionaire. I'm confessing. Mother Xu and Father Xu looked at each other. Is this kid out of his mind? 100,000 yuan. Why didn't you say 1 billion yuan? It's a bank card from Chindi Bank, right? Mother Xu said this unhappily. I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, bring your POS machine here and try it out. Xu Musen smiled and took out the POS machine from the cabinet. He swiped it and the balance was clearly displayed on it. Look at the series of zeros above. Both Mr. and Mrs. Xu rubbed their eyes in disbelief to make sure they were not seeing things. Xu's mother suddenly reached out and began to lift her son's clothes. Mom, what are you doing? Where did you get the money, you little bastard? Did you sell your kidney? Xu Musen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of kidney can be sold for 100,000? I told you some time ago that I developed a game and this is the reward for my settlement. The two of them still couldn't believe it for a moment. 100,000 yuan was equivalent to the salary of a working-class person if he didn't eat or drink for 2 or 3 years. How long did it take him to get 100,000? Xu Musen explained it to them, and the two of them were obviously greatly shocked. Xu Musen could understand them. Having worked in industry for a lifetime, the idea that more work means more gain and that one should take one step at a time and steadily is deeply ingrained in our mind. Just like after the short video platform became popular, many people could not accept that internet celebrities could earn hundreds of millions, or even over 100 million just by starting a live broadcast. One person is even worth a listed company. Forget about studying hard for 10 years, even if your family has been in business for 3 generations, it may not be able to match the rewards given by others during a live broadcast. This is the magic of the internet age. These days, Mr. and Mrs. Xu have been playing the little games made by their son when they have nothing to do, but they didn't expect that it would be so profitable. Alas, we are really old. They gradually accepted the reality. Some of them found it hard to calm down, but they were mostly relieved. Mother Xu was stunned for a long time, and suddenly her eyes became sore and she burst into tears, wiping her tears constantly, as if the pressure that had been suppressed for too long was finally being let go. Mom, don't worry, our family will get better and better in the future. Xu Musen walked over and gently held his mother's calloused hand. She used to hold the hand of her childhood self. Those hands were once the youth of a young girl, but now, they have been left with countless scratches and wrinkles from wrapping flowers every day. Dad was also very emotional at this time. Since the family went bankrupt, the person they felt most sorry for was their son. Child, it's a good thing for you to be able to make money, but don't be arrogant, and don't spend money recklessly. You will have many more places to spend money in the future. Father Xu patted his son's shoulder with relief, and the heavy stone in his heart was finally put down a little. Xu Musen looked at his parents' excited expressions and he couldn't calm down either. Parents always stand tall and proud in front of their sons. When your parents start to lose their composure in front of you, it means they are really old. It also shows that you have grown up and can slowly take over the responsibilities on their shoulders. This feeling is so good. Yao Mingyu also came for breakfast. It seems that she is in high spirits today. In fact, Yao Mingyu slept really well last night. She took a photo of Xu Musen and slept with him in her arms all night. By the way, Mom, I'm going to go out and look for Hee-chong later. He's helped me a lot, so I'll treat him to a meal. Okay, Hee-chong is a very honest kid. Go take him to eat something good. Mother Xu agreed with a smile on her face. Yao Mingyu also said at this time, Auntie, I have to go out with my friends today, so I won't come for lunch. Okay, I'll make you something delicious when you two come back in the evening. Mother Xu nodded, and suddenly she felt like she had both a son and a daughter at home. However, Xu Musen and Yao Mingyu looked at each other and turned their heads away with a snort. The two of them went out. Father and Mother Xu looked at each other and sighed. In the blink of an eye, you have grown up. Do you still remember the agreement you made with Lao Yao? Xu's mother started talking. Father Xu thought about it, smiled bitterly and shook his head, but now there is such a big gap between our two families, how can we have the nerve to mention such a thing? Let's see what fate holds them together. Yeah, that's the only way. Chapter 27. The celebration banquet is of course KFC. City Center. Xu Musen arrived first and made a reservation at Erki Square, which was where he set up his stall last time. After a while, Hee-chong arrived. Mariko. Hee-chong's face was tanned this summer, but he looked particularly excited. Did you really make 100,000? Hee-chong received the news last night. As a witness, when he learned that Xu Musen had earned more than 100,000 yuan in just half a month, he was even more excited than Xu Musen and could not sleep in the middle of the night. Can this still deceive you? Xu Musen laughed, took out an envelope from his arms and stuffed it directly into his hand. What the hell? Give me back your money. The number is wrong. Hee-chong waited and found it was just a small bundle. He took a look and found it was a standard small bundle of 10,000 yuan. 10,000. You counted correctly, didn't you? You're right. I've already said that I won't let you lose money even if I make money. Xu Musen spoke with a smile. Hee-chong swallowed his saliva. No, I only want my 8,000, and you can keep the rest. Xu Musen patted his shoulder and said, keep it. My startup capital is thanks to you. These are just dividends. If you are man, don't be a hypocritical woman. Hee-chong was touched and at the same time he really admired Xu Musen. We are all high school students, and our pocket money is only a dozen yuan a day. We have to hesitate for a while whether to add egg to the instant noodles when we go to the internet cafe. As a result, he made 100,000 yuan in just half a month by typing on the keyboard and writing some programs. It's enough to buy a car. The gap is too big. Senzi, you are awesome. I will follow you from now on. You should also remember to help your brother more. Forget it, you can play with that thing by yourself. Question mark. Hee-chong had the money in his pocket, and he was considered a millionaire. He patted Xu Musen's shoulder generously. Why don't you not go back tonight? I'll invite you today Fengqing for a foot massage. The Thai massage there is really good. There are big sisters around 20 years old who will massage your back with their bare feet. He Cheong excitedly hugged Xu Musen's shoulders. Xu Musen didn't expect this guy to be so reserved. I didn't realize you like this. Actually, I just watched my cousin play. He Cheong chuckled, but when he turned his head he was suddenly stunned, with a slightly obscene expression on his face. Xu Musen also turned around, and happened to meet a pair of bright and clear eyes who were listening to their conversation attentively. Nuan, when did you come here? Xu Musen cleared his throat. Facing her pure eyes, he and He Cheong both felt that the conversation just now was a bit obscene. And Nuan tilted her head and said, since you were talking about black stockings, beautiful legs, and barefoot big sister. Forget about that. Xu Musen spoke seriously. And Nuan did blink at him. Today, Nuan was wearing a small dress with some floral patterns printed on it. Her fair arms and a small part of her exposed calves were so white that they seemed to reflect light in the sun. Moreover, she was also wearing a pair of translucent sandals today, with white and tender insteps and little toes like crystal body. Their whole person looks like a 3-no girl who walked out of the second dimension. However, Xu Musen felt that she was more like Origami in Data Live, who looked expressionless and taciturn, but when she opened her mouth she would talk nonsense. It's almost noon. Come with me to get some documents. Xu Musen walked over to help Nuan push the wheelchair. He Cheong followed beside her. Being close to her, he was able to see Nuan's face clearly. He was also surprised, and whispered in Xu Musen's ear, Senzi, tell me, do you have impure thoughts about her? Xu Musen looked at Nuan's beautiful but somewhat dazed appearance and shook his head. Don't talk nonsense, we are innocent. Whispering sound. Xu Musen came here today to do some serious business. He planned to register a company himself. Although it is nice to sit under a big tree and enjoy the shade, you still have to make plans for your future. Now the country also encourages self-employed individuals. You can get a certificate for 10 yuan. He will go and submit the information today. By the way, legal documents such as previously registered domain names were also sent in for certification. The three of them left. Just at the corner of the square, a black business car slowly lowered its window, and the woman watched Nuan being pushed away. She smiled helplessly, it's my first time with friends, I hope we have fun. By the time I finished my work, it was already noon. 3 people were walking along this busy street in the city center. On weekends, young people walking together are everywhere. An Urki commercial street is also a place to check in this city where there are almost no tourist attractions. Xu Musen remembered that there were still a few good restaurants around. It's noon now, what do you want to eat? It's my treat today. I'm going to give you a good meal this time. He Cheong was ready to go. Looking at the dazzling shops around him, he even had difficulty making decisions. And Nuan also looked around. Since she was in a wheelchair, she rarely came out. Her attention was attracted by a few children jumping around with toys in their hands. She turned around and tugged at Xu Musen's sleeve. Do you want to eat anything? Xu Musen asked her with a smile. Here. And Nuan followed the direction the children had just passed. 3 red letters. KFC. No, I treated you to a big meal, and you just wanted to eat KFC. There's no crazy Thursday sale. KFC fried chicken is pretty good, actually. He Cheong followed suit. Isn't there a fried chicken shop right outside your house? Don't mention it. 1 meal from that fried chicken restaurant can keep you full for 3 days. I almost defecated in the toilet last time. He Cheong shook his head, still feeling a lingering fear. He lowered his voice and winked at him. Besides, isn't this creating an opportunity for you, buddy? Xu Musen looked at him speechlessly. But he looked down at Nuan, who was looking anxiously expectant, and nodded. He could understand that for many children in rural villages or from poor families, being able to have a meal of Western fast food such as KFC or McDonald's during this period of time was already a good thing. Xu Musen recalled that when KFC first opened a store in Jingcheng, he saved up a full 1,000 yuan before he dared to go in and consume. In the end, I found that this was actually the case. After all, KFC's status abroad is similar to that of Shaoxian snacks in China. Okay, just don't regret it. Xu Musen pushed Nuan into the store, found a seat and sat down first, and gave her the menu to choose from. And Nuanuan took the menu curiously, and when she saw the fried chicken and other items on it, her eyes suddenly lit up. What is popcorn chicken? It's just fried chicken meatballs. Oh, what's this finger-licking chicken nugget about? It's just delicious and it will suck your hands. Where's the Colonel chicken nuggets? Did this chicken ever serve in the army? Of course not. Chickens under 2.5 years old cannot be enlisted. Xu Musen has begun to like such conversations with a Nuanuan. There's nothing shameful about this, just like some people who never drink coffee won't understand what iced Americano and a few sugar cubes mean when they first hear about it. Hee-chung couldn't help but ask, have you never been to KFC before? And Nuanuan looked up at him and nodded, well, my grandma doesn't let me eat these things. Hee-chung nodded silently and didn't ask any more questions. I feel a little sympathetic. At this moment, next to the KFC store, in a luxury cosmetics store, Yao Mingyu, who is tall and elegant, is looking back and forth with her bestie.